Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Displaced Clearing, Forest's Unseen Intrusion. I never thought the forest had much to offer beyond a decent place to get away from people. The plan was simple: 3 nights alone, no phone, no internet, just the woods near that old logging trail I'd found on some forgotten map online. I'd packed light, enough food to get by, a sleeping bag, water, and the little camping stove that made coffee taste like dirt but at least kept me warm. I told myself I needed this to clear my head, to breathe without the chaos of a city breathing down my neck. That first afternoon, the sun was low, turning the sky a pale orange, and I set up camp in a small clearing. It wasn't much, just enough flat ground for the tent, a ring of stones I arranged for a fire that I never lit, and a fallen log I decided would be my bench. The smell of pine needles crushed underfoot mixed with the faint tang of something else, maybe old wood or dry leaves, something familiar but hard to place. I sat down, pulling out the thermos. The coffee was hot enough to sting my tongue, but I didn't care. I looked up at the trees, tall, straight, and unyielding. I could hear a woodpecker tapping somewhere far off, steady and rhythmic, like a metronome counting down minutes I didn't want to waste. That night, the forest didn't feel quite right. Not scary exactly, just off. The wind had picked up, rustling the branches in a way that sounded almost deliberate, like whispers just beyond comprehension. I told myself it was nothing, just the trees settling, the animals moving in the dark. But when I tried to sleep, I kept catching the faintest creak of twigs breaking, not close enough to pinpoint but close enough to notice. Morning came slow, with a pale light filtering through the canopy. I woke early, stretched, and stepped outside the tent to find the clearing looking different. I blinked, rubbing my eyes, thinking maybe the dim light played tricks. The log I'd been sitting on the day before was now leaning against a tree, not where I left it. My stones were scattered, some half buried under leaves. I frowned. I said it out loud, pacing the small area. Had the wind really done that? I doubted it. The stones were heavy, and the log was too large to just fall over on its own, not without a push. But no footprints, no signs of anything or anyone else. Just the usual forest floor, marred by my own clumsy movements. I shook my head, trying to laugh it off. Probably just me, I muttered. Sleepwalking, maybe. I wasn't a sleepwalker. I would have remembered. Still, the thought stuck like a burr in my mind. I spent the day hiking a little farther down the trail. The forest opened up here and there were gaps where sunlight spilled through the branches like liquid gold. I found a small creek with water clear enough to drink, the cold biting my tongue as I took a sip. The sound of the running water was soothing, a steady, reassuring pulse. I noticed a pile of flat stones near the bank and, on a whim, stacked a few into a small cairn as a marker. Evening crept in, cool and damp, and I returned to camp to find the clearing had shifted again. The cairn was gone. Not knocked over, gone. No stones in sight except the ones I'd originally gathered for the fire ring. The log was back where I'd left it. The stones rearranged into a loose circle. Not quite the neat ring I'd made. I sat down hard, heart thumping. The forest was playing a game. But why? And who? I told myself I was imagining things, but that night, every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. I kept the flashlight close, its weak beam cutting through the dark like a lifeline. I didn't sleep well. I kept waking, hearing the faintest crunch, like someone stepping over dry leaves just beyond the edge of the clearing. At one point, I thought I heard breathing. Slow. Even. Not mine. I lay still, muscles tense. I didn't move until the first light cracked the sky. Morning brought no comfort. The forest seemed quieter than before, but the clearing was different still. The cairn stones were back. Not just that they'd been stacked taller, more carefully this time, the pile nearly a foot high. I stared at it for a long time. Someone had been here. Someone watching. Moving things while I slept. Manipulating the space around me. I wanted to laugh. Or scream. Instead, I just sat down, fingers trembling, and tried to make sense of it. I thought about packing up, leaving right then and there, but even as the idea crossed my mind, it felt like stepping into a trap I didn't understand yet. The forest was no longer just a backdrop for solitude. It was a maze. A puzzle. And I was the unwelcome guest. I didn't know who was out there, or what they wanted. All I knew was that the wilderness was no longer mine. It was theirs. And they were patient. Silent. Waiting. A sudden rustle snapped me back to the present. Heart pounding, I scanned the shadows between the trees. Movement just beyond the edge of my vision flickered like a ghost. I held my breath, every nerve screaming to run, but my legs refused to obey. The forest had become a silent predator, and I was caught in its gaze, a solitary figure trapped in a game I never agreed to play. A low growl rumbled from the darkness, freezing me further. The growl lingered in the cold air, vibrating through the rough bark and loose leaves at my feet. I forced myself to breathe. In and out. Slowly enough to stop the trembling in my hands, though the chill in my fingers didn't fade. My lips felt dry, tasted like dust and pine needles. The night was deep now, swallowing the last orange light from the horizon. Somewhere far off, a dog barked once. Sharp. Then silence again. I crouched, peering into the dark. The fire was nearly dead, a few glowing embers like dying stars under a blanket of ash. I poked at them with a stick until a faint spark caught, the heat brushing my face like the memory of warmth. The crackle was soft but steady. My breath puffed out in white clouds, and I pulled my jacket tighter. Sleep wasn't coming. Not after what I'd seen. Not with the faint feeling that I wasn't alone. I packed the fire down, then sat back against the rough bark of a fir tree. My eyes flicked over the campsite. The logs I'd arranged last night, their order felt wrong, somehow. Like they'd been nudged, shifted just enough to rattle my sense of familiarity. I rubbed my temples, trying to slow the spinning in my head. The forest had rearranged itself under my nose. I knew that now. I couldn't explain it, but the landmarks, the big rock to the east, the fallen branch shaped like a crooked finger, even the way the moss clung to the trees, changed every morning. Subtly. Almost imperceptibly. But enough to make me question where I was. I needed proof. Not just the sinking feeling in my gut or the way the shadows seemed to twitch when I wasn't looking. Something concrete. Tomorrow, I decided, I would start marking everything. Notches on the bark, tiny piles of stones, strings of bright orange tape from my pack. If someone was out here moving things, I'd catch them. Or at least know I wasn't losing my mind. For now, I stayed awake, listening. The forest was alive with sounds: a distant owl, the rustle of small animals scurrying through underbrush, the sigh of wind threading through pine needles. But no footsteps, no whispers. No sign that someone was watching. I wondered if I was overreacting. Maybe it was just the way the wind shifted the branches or the animals scratching around in the dirt. But the feeling wouldn't leave me. And that growl. That low, guttural sound that didn't fit with any animal I knew. I pulled my jacket tighter, hugging my knees to my chest. "I'm not crazy," I whispered to the night. "Not crazy." The next morning came with a cold gray light that filtered through the trees like thin smoke. I woke stiff and restless, the ache in my neck a reminder of how little sleep I'd gotten. The camp felt different, too. The logs I'd arranged by the fire were now scattered in a messy heap. The big rock I'd used as a makeshift table was shifted maybe a foot to the left. The crooked branch was gone entirely. I swallowed hard, trying to tamp down the rising panic. My fingers brushed the ground, tracing the dirt where the branch had been. No sign of it nearby. I grabbed the orange tape from my pack and started wrapping it around the trees closest to camp. I tied strips to low branches and stacked small piles of stones at the base of each one. Then I marked the big rock with a scratch in the moss, a tiny notch in the bark beside it. It was tedious. A slow, deliberate effort to map the place I thought I knew. I wandered a little farther, testing my memory. The trail I'd taken yesterday should have led to a small clearing where a stream trickled past moss-covered logs. But when I reached the spot, the stream was nowhere to be found. Instead, thick brush and brambles choked the ground, blocking the way. My heart hammered. I spun in place, trying to pick out any familiar marker. The orange tape fluttered faintly on a tree, but the rest of the forest was a blur of green and brown. The trees looked the same. The shadows stretched differently. I reached for my phone, but the screen stayed stubbornly black. No signal. No GPS. Just static silence. The forest was swallowing me whole. I stumbled back to camp, tripping over a root and catching myself just in time. My breath came out in short bursts, and sweat beaded on my forehead despite the chill. I wanted to scream. Or cry. Instead, I forced myself to focus. Who was doing this? And why? I tried to remember if I heard anything unusual last night. Footsteps maybe, or the snap of a twig. But my mind was a jumble. The growl haunted me, more real than any shadow. As I reached the campfire, I noticed something new. A small pile of sticks, arranged in a perfect triangle near the edge of the fire pit. I hadn't put it there. It wasn't part of my mess. I knelt down, fingers hovering over the sticks. They weren't random branches. Someone had gathered them carefully, placed them just so. A message? A warning? I looked up, scanning the tree line. The forest was still, but I felt eyes on me. Not animal eyes. Human. My hands trembled again. I stuffed the sticks into my pack and stood up fast. I needed to get out. To find help. But every path I tried led me right back here, like the forest was a loop. A trap. I thought about shouting, calling out, but my voice caught in my throat. What if I drew attention? What if the person out there wanted me to know they were near? I sat back down by the fire, the cold smoke stinging my eyes. I wasn't ready to leave, not yet. Not without answers. I rummaged through my pack, pulling out my notebook and a pen. If I was going to figure this out, I needed to keep track. Every change. Every oddity. Every sound. I wrote the time first, 7:15 a.m. Then the details. Logs scattered. Rock shifted. Branch missing. Stream vanished. Sticks arranged in triangle. No phone signal. I paused, tapping the pen against the paper. Then I added, someone is here. Watching. Moving things while I sleep. The words felt heavier on the page than in my mind. The forest was no longer just a place to escape. It was a maze, a puzzle crafted by invisible hands. I didn't know who was out there, or how long this game had been going on before I noticed. But I knew one thing: I wasn't alone. Later that day, as the sun climbed higher and warmed the canopy, I caught a faint scent on the breeze. Smoke. Not from my fire. Something else. Far off, but close enough to make my stomach twist. I stood still, listening. The wind whispered through the leaves, carrying a faint, rhythmic tapping, like someone knocking on hollow wood. I swallowed hard, heart thudding. The forest was speaking, and it wasn't a friendly voice. I took a slow step forward, then another. Every nerve alert. Every shadow a threat. The trees loomed closer. And then I saw it. A new pile of stones, stacked carefully at the base of a tree. This one different, taller, more deliberate. A silent signal left just for me. I knelt, running my fingers over the edges. The stones were smooth, cold, and heavy. I glanced around, half expecting someone to emerge from the shadows. No one. But the message was clear. They were here. Watching. Waiting. And the forest wasn't going to let me leave. I stood slowly, breath shallow. The weight of the place pressed down on me like a fist. I needed to find a way out before the trap closed entirely. But the woods had other plans. The scent of smoke didn't fade. It thickened, mingling with the damp earth and the sharp tang of pine resin. I stood still, breath shallow, eyes tracing the shifting shadows between the trees. The tapping continued, slow, deliberate, like a heartbeat, except hollow and empty. I couldn't tell if it was close or just a trick of the wind. I wanted to scream, to run, but my feet were rooted by something harder than fear, a growing realization that I was trapped in a place being reshaped around me. The sun was inching westward, sunbeams stabbing through the canopy in scattered spears. I took a step forward, then another, each one a question. The forest seemed to lean in, watching. The smell of smoke grew stronger, no longer distant but bordering on sharp, acrid. Then I saw it, thin, curling wisps rising just beyond a cluster of birches. A fire, no bigger than a camp stove's flame, but enough to announce someone was near. I swallowed, tasting the dryness at the back of my throat. This wasn't just some random person stumbling through the woods. Whoever it was had been here long enough to learn the forest's language, to rewrite its map while I was sleeping. The stream was gone. The sticks arranged in a triangle, a silent message. Now this. I crouched low, heart hammering against my ribs. The ground beneath me was soft, damp moss cushioning my palms, but my skin prickled with awareness. I wanted to retreat, but the path I'd taken this morning had vanished, the trees rearranged themselves. The landmarks I'd memorized were twisted, unfamiliar. If I turned back, I'd only become more lost. Something shifted nearby. A crack, a faint rustle. I froze. Hello? My voice came out brittle, barely a breath. No reply. The tapping stopped. For a moment, the forest was utterly silent except for the distant crackle of the small fire. I forced myself to move, eyes flicking from shadow to shadow, following the smoke's thin trail. The air tasted bitter now, something metallic underneath the pine. I paused, suddenly aware that my pack felt heavier, every strap biting deeper into my shoulders. Was it the weight of the unknown or something worse? I reached the edge of a small clearing. The fire was there, flickering weakly. A circle of stones surrounded it, neat and deliberate, but no one sat near it. The smell of burnt wood was strong, but something else caught my attention, a faint smell of sweat, muskier than the forest, human. Then I noticed it, a pile of leaves, disturbed and layered oddly, like someone had been digging. I knelt, brushing them aside. Beneath was a shallow pit, maybe a foot deep, roughly scraped but carefully concealed. It was a crude trap or a marker. I didn't know which, but it meant the person wasn't just watching. They were setting snares, deliberate, patient. My fingers trembled. I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing. This was no longer a game or a prank. It was something else. Something planned. I stood, backing into the trees, scanning for any sign of movement. The tapping began again, slow, methodical. Closer this time. It wasn't random. It was a code, an attempt to communicate or to intimidate. "Who are you?" I whispered. "What do you want?" No answer. The sun dipped lower, and the forest's temperature dropped rapidly. I wrapped my arms around myself, biting my lip. The fire smoke was now a thread in the air, a constant reminder that I was not alone. I thought about my gear, my maps, my notes. All useless if the landscape was changing beneath my feet. The stream I relied on had vanished. The path back was erased. The forest was a maze with invisible walls. I made my way back to camp slowly, senses sharpened. Every snapped twig, every bird call felt like a warning. The tent, which I'd left in what I thought was a clearing, now seemed crowded in by leaning trunks. I unpacked quickly, checking my supplies. Food and water, enough for a couple more days, maybe. But no way out. I sat on a log, pen in hand, scribbling notes. The words felt awkward, like admitting defeat. The forest is changing around me. The landmarks I trust are gone. Someone is here. They don't want me to leave. I closed the notebook, the weight of it pressing on my chest. I tried to remember the last time I'd felt truly safe. It was a distant memory, washed away by the constant shifting of trees and shadows. Night fell with a suddenness that startled me. The forest darkened like a closing lid, sounds muffled and strange. My campfire was a weak glow, barely keeping the cold at bay. I lay inside the tent, listening to the breathing of the woods around me. Then I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, soft and deliberate, circling just beyond the fabric walls. Close enough to hear the crunch of dry leaves, but careful. Calculated. I held my breath, muscles coiled like a spring. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then a whisper. Low and chilling. "Why are you here?" I blinked, heart thudding so hard I thought it might crack my ribs. The voice wasn't angry or cruel. It was curious. Almost amused. "I'm not leaving," I said aloud, voice steadier than I felt. "Not yet." The whisper faded into the night, leaving only the rustling of leaves and a cold draft slipping beneath the tent zipper. Sleep was impossible. I lay awake, eyes fixed on the thin fabric above me, wondering how many more times the forest would shift before dawn. Wondering if I'd ever find my way back, or if the stranger who rearranged the woods had already sealed my fate. The forest was no longer just a place to escape. It was a trap, and I was its prey. And the game had only just begun. The silence after that whisper was heavier than any noise I'd heard all night. I lay frozen, the thin tent fabric brushing against my forehead, cool and fragile. I wanted to pull the zipper shut tighter, but the idea of rustling fabric felt too loud, too revealing. Outside, the forest breathed slowly. The wind shifted, carrying a faint scent of pine needles and damp earth, but beneath that, something else, smoke, maybe from a distant fire, or a campfire long since abandoned. It was faint enough to be ignored, but it lingered in my nostrils, unwelcome and strange. I wanted to scream, to shout back, but my throat closed tight, dry as the dead leaves pressed against the tent space. I swallowed hard and forced my voice out, barely a whisper. "Who are you?" No answer. Nothing but the soft crackle of leaves underfoot, footsteps retreating, or maybe circling again. I couldn't tell. I waited until the first thread of dawn bled through the fabric. The forest outside had rearranged itself overnight again. The two massive pines I'd used as markers were gone, replaced by a cluster of birches I hadn't noticed before. The trail I'd mapped out in my head the day before dissolved into unfamiliar shadows and angles. Branches bent in impossible ways, trunks leaning as if the forest was folding in on itself. My stomach clenched. This wasn't just stalking anymore. It was a deliberate, calculated trap. I packed up quickly, my hands trembling as I folded the tent. Every sound made me jump, the sudden caw of a crow, the rustle of squirrels in the underbrush, even the drip of dew falling from leaves. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a figure emerging from the trees, but there was nothing. Just the forest, wide and indifferent, and me. I started walking, following what I thought was the path back to the clearing where I'd parked my car. Except, the ground beneath my boots had shifted. The dirt was softer here, the moss thicker, and the scent of smoke stronger. I stopped, breathing hard, ears straining. No footsteps. No whispers. Just birdsong, but it felt too bright, too normal. I unfolded the crumpled map from my jacket pocket. The lines were useless. The landmarks were no longer where they should be. I pressed my palm to the cold paper, frustration rising. I was chasing ghosts, or worse, shadows shaped by someone who knew this forest better than I ever would. "Why?" I muttered, voice cracking. "What do you want from me?" A rustle to my left made me whip around, heart hammering. A man stepped out from behind a thick oak, his face half hidden by a hood, eyes gleaming with something unreadable. He didn't speak at first. Just watched. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. Looking for a way out. His voice was soft, almost casual, but it carried an edge that made my skin crawl. I swallowed my fear. Yes. Simple. Honest. He nodded slowly, as if considering whether I was telling the truth. "You don't leave," he said finally. "Not until you understand." "Understand what?" I asked, voice stronger now despite the tremor in my hands. He took a step closer, the crunch of leaves sharp in the quiet morning. "The forest isn't what it seems. It's a test. You think you're in control, but you're not." I shook my head, trying to steady myself. "You're wrong. I'm not part of your game." He smiled then, a slow, deliberate curl of lips that didn't reach his eyes. "Is that so? You've been walking in circles for days. You lost more than your way, your mind too." I wanted to argue, to tell him he was the one twisting everything, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I took a deep breath and studied him. He smelled of smoke and damp earth, like the forest itself. His clothes were worn, stained with mud and leaves, but his eyes were sharp, too sharp to be a mere wanderer. "How long have you been here?" I asked. "Longer than you'd like." He gestured around with a sweep of his arm. "Long enough to know every secret this place holds." I clenched my fists. "Then why? Why stalk me, mess with the forest, make me lose everything?" He shrugged. "Because I can. Because you came here thinking this was your escape. But there's no escaping the forest. Not really." A sudden breeze stirred the leaves, whispering through the trees like a warning. I felt the weight of those words settle deep inside, cold and relentless. "Show me," I said, surprising even myself. If this is a test, then show me what I need to see. He studied me for a long moment, then nodded. Follow me. I hesitated. Part of me screamed to run, to disappear into the tangled woods, but another part, something stubborn and reckless, moved forward. I followed him, feet crunching softly on the carpet of twigs and needles. The forest seemed to close in around us, trees pressing closer, shadows deepening. He led me to a small clearing I hadn't seen before. In the center was a stone, rough and ancient, half buried in moss and dirt. He knelt beside it and traced a finger over the surface, revealing faint carvings, symbols, letters, something like a message. Look closer, he said. I knelt beside him, fingertips brushing the cool stone. The carvings were worn, almost faded into the rock, but I could make out a phrase, the forest remembers. The forest remembers what? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He looked up, eyes sharp and dark. Everything. Every footstep, every mistake, every betrayal. This place records it all. And those who wandered here are caught in its memory. I shivered, though the air was still warm. Sounds impossible, but it happened. The idea of a forest that held grudges, that watched and waited, it was unnerving, but not supernatural. Just human obsession twisted into something cruel. Why me? I asked again. He shrugged. Because you're the latest. Because you thought you could outsmart it. I stood, the weight of exhaustion pressing down like a stone in my chest. How do I get out? He smiled, that same slow, knowing smile. You don't. Not unless you're willing to lose everything you thought you knew. I swallowed hard. And if I refuse? He stood too, towering over me. Then you become part of the forest's memory. Just another whisper in the dark. The words hit me like a blow. I wanted to run, to scream, to fight. But the forest had already won. It had twisted the earth beneath my feet, bent the trees around me, and now it held me in its breathless grasp. Is that your final answer? He asked, stepping back into the shadows. I looked around the clearing, at the gnarled trees, the ancient stone, the endless maze that had become my world. My hands shook, my mind spun. No, I said finally. But I'm not giving up. He nodded, almost approving. Good. The sun was just a dull glow behind thick clouds when I woke. My neck ached from sleeping on the cold ground, and the damp smell of pine needles filled the air. At first, I thought I was imagining things again, but then the unease settled. The small cairn of stones I'd built yesterday, right where I left it, was gone. In its place, a neat pile of twigs, arranged in a pattern that looked almost deliberate. I sat up slowly, eyes scanning the clearing, heart tightening as I realized the forest had shifted once more overnight. The trail markers I'd counted onto the twisted root shaped like a hooked finger, the moss-covered rock that looked like a sleeping dog, were all just slightly off, like a puzzle with pieces pushed just enough to unbalance the picture. I rubbed my face with my hands, the rough bark scraping my palms. Okay, this is getting ridiculous, I muttered, voice hoarse. Someone's out here. Watching. No breeze stirred the needles overhead. No birds sang. Just the faint hum of distant insects and the occasional creak of dead branches settling. Silence. Complete silence. It was the kind of silence that pressed against your ears until you could swear you heard your own blood pumping. I stood, every muscle stiff, and took a slow, deep breath. The air tasted damp and earthy, mixed with something else, smoke. No, that wasn't right. Maybe just a faint tang of something burning far away. I couldn't tell. I checked my pack. Still there. Water bottle, half full. A granola bar, wrapped and untouched. My phone dead, as expected. No signal, no chance of calling out. That had been clear from the start, but now it felt like a cruel joke. Alone. Completely. I tried to retrace my steps from the previous day, but the forest refused to cooperate. Paths I'd marked with bright ribbon were missing, replaced by other trails that twisted and forked in ways I hadn't seen before. The sun peeked through the canopy, casting mild shadows that shifted like living things. My stomach nodded. "Who are you?" I whispered, then laughed bitterly. "If you're out here, messing with me, why? What do you want?" No answer. Just the crunch of my boots on dry leaves and the distant, hollow sound of a woodpecker tapping somewhere out of sight. I forced myself to keep moving, following a vague sense of direction toward the nearest ridge I'd spotted from my campsite. But every time I thought I recognized a landmark, it shifted. A fallen log moved a few feet, a patch of ferns rearranged. It was subtle, but deliberate, like the forest itself was playing a cruel game. I stopped, chest heaving, and leaned against a tree trunk. The rough bark was cold against my cheek. I closed my eyes and tried to steady my breathing. It felt absurd, but I pictured the person watching me, whoever they were, hidden in the shadows, maybe just a few yards away, studying my every move. The thought sent a prickling chill down my spine. "Show yourself," I said quietly, voice steadier than I expected. "I'm not running anymore." Minutes passed. The wind shifted slightly, carrying the faintest whisper of movement, but nothing more. Then I heard it. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, crunching through the underbrush. Not far off. Close enough that I could feel the tension coiling in my chest like a live wire. I didn't turn. Instead, I reached into my pocket and pulled out my notebook, the one I'd been scribbling observations in, just to keep my mind busy. Flipping to the last page, I tore a sheet free and scrawled a message. "I know you're there. I'm not afraid." I folded the paper, then placed it carefully at the base of the tree. Quiet as a breath. The footsteps stopped. A figure emerged between the trunks, a man, tall and lean, wearing a faded jacket and an expression that was hard to read. His eyes were sharp, calculating, but not openly hostile. Relief and dread warred inside me. "Why?" I asked, voice low. "Why are you doing this?" He hesitated, then spoke in a calm voice that didn't quite reach his eyes. "You're not supposed to be here. This land, it's private. People come through, leave trash, disturb the wildlife. I'm just making sure you don't get comfortable by moving trees, rearranging the forest." I shook my head. "You're stalking me." "No. Protecting," he said firmly. "You don't belong." I wanted to argue, to tell him I had every right to be here, that I was just passing through. But the weight of his gaze stopped me. There was something desperate in his tone, a quiet fury buried beneath years of isolation. "Look," I said finally. "I'm leaving. Just let me go." He stepped back, eyes never leaving mine. "Good." As he disappeared into the shadows, the forest seemed to exhale. The oppressive stillness lifted slightly, replaced by the familiar sounds of birds returning to their routines. I felt my legs tremble, but I forced myself to walk. The path back was still confusing, but the terror had eased. I found the cairn of stones again, this time untouched. The sun broke fully through the clouds, scattering golden light across the leaves. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. That night, in my tent, sleep came slowly. But when it did, it was deep and dreamless. No shifting landmarks. No silent footsteps. In the morning, I packed carefully, eyes sharp for any sign of the man or his handiwork. The forest seemed normal, welcoming even, as if the previous days had been some cruel test. I walked out without looking back, the cool air crisp in my lungs, the dirt soft beneath my boots. The world beyond the trees felt impossibly distant but real. I was tired in a way that went deeper than physical exhaustion, like I'd been stretched thin and somehow stitched back together. Driving away, I glanced in the rearview mirror at the fading tree line. Part of me expected to see a shadow watching, waiting. But there was only the quiet road, the hum of the engine, and the steady pulse of freedom. I don't know if I'll ever return to that forest. Maybe that's for the best. But I carry it with me, the shifting trees, the silent watcher, the way fear can twist the familiar into something strange and cold. I learned something out there. About fear. About loneliness. About what happens when someone tries to control a wild place and the wildness pushes back. And maybe, most of all, about the strange, fragile line between being lost and being found. The forest is still out there. And so am I. I'm okay now. I think. Story 2, Caravan of Shifting Realities, Trapped Between Worlds. The caravan wasn't what I expected. I remember the smell first. Not the sharp, new car scent I'd imagined, but something clinging to the inside air, damp wood, old fabric, and something faintly sour I couldn't place. It made my nose wrinkle. The thin curtains hung limply, their edges frayed, and the floorboards creaked underfoot in a way that suggested a dozen secrets hidden beneath. There was a lingering taste of dust, stale and dry, that settled on my tongue when I breathed deep enough to calm the slight dizziness creeping in. I'd bought the caravan on a whim, really. After months of scouring listings for something cheap, different. Something to break the monotony of my apartment walls. I'd imagined weekend getaways, slow drives out into the countryside, maybe even a small, quiet life on wheels. The seller had seemed straightforward enough, an older gentleman who insisted it had character. I thought that was a polite way to say beat up. Now I wasn't so sure. The first evening inside, I tried to settle in. I opened the small fridge, which hummed faintly but didn't cool much. The electric light above flickered, casting uneven shadows across the cramped space. I sat at the fold-out table, tracing the grain of the scratched laminate top with my fingers. Outside, the neighborhood was quiet. Too quiet, perhaps. My street was lined with familiar houses, rows of brick and clapboard, tidy lawns, and the occasional bicycle left on its side. Kids' laughter drifted faintly from somewhere, but when I stepped outside to look, the street felt oddly deserted. A few windows glowed softly, but no one waved or called out. The light wind carried the scent of freshly cut grass mixed with the earthy smell of rain from the night before. I walked a little further, pausing at the corner store. The bell above the door tinkled as I entered, but the clerk, a woman I'd seen before, didn't glance up. She was rearranging candy bars without a word. The same woman, but different. Her eyes were colder, sharper, as if she barely recognized me. I muttered a greeting, but she just nodded and kept working. I could feel the weight of her stare, heavy and unreadable, like I was a stranger trespassing in a world I thought I knew. Outside, a dog barked in the distance, sharp and sudden. I jumped. I don't know why. It wasn't a dangerous sound, just the usual neighborhood noise, but it was enough to make me look over my shoulder. No one was there. A cool breeze brushed past, carrying the faint metallic scent of something I couldn't identify. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the unease. Back in the caravan, I checked my phone. No messages. No missed calls. Just the usual clutter of notifications I mostly ignored. I stared at the screen longer than necessary, as if expecting it to change, to give me some indication that all was normal. But it didn't. Nothing did. Later, I found the little radio tucked away under a pile of newspapers. It crackled to life with static, then a faint voice jumbled words, almost nonsense, like a half-remembered broadcast. I adjusted the dial, but the signal only got worse. I sat back, listening to the garbled sounds, the occasional sharp burst of noise that made the hairs on my neck stand up. I told myself I was imagining things. I'd had a long day. Moving wasn't easy, especially into something so unconventional. My hands trembled slightly as I unpacked a few things: a worn-out blanket, a mug with a chip on the rim, a stack of books I'd brought along for company. The caravan's walls seemed to press in closer with every passing hour, the shadows growing longer and more tangled. At some point, I looked out the small window and caught sight of a figure across the street. A man, standing still on the sidewalk, his back to me. He wore a dark jacket, his head bowed slightly as if in thought, or maybe waiting. I blinked, and he was gone. That's when the first real knot of worry tightened in my chest. I wasn't sure if I was tired, or if the caravan was playing tricks on me. The way the walls seemed to shift, subtle at first, like the space was breathing, expanding and contracting in ways that didn't make sense. The narrow hallway felt longer when I walked through it the second time. The door I'd left open shut behind me without a breeze. I could have sworn I heard footsteps on the roof, light and deliberate, but when I looked up, nothing stirred. I tried to brush it off. I told myself, this is an old place. Sounds happen. I paced the floor, hands rubbing my arms, trying to shake the chill that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature. Outside, the streetlights flickered on, their glow uneven and weak. Shadows pulled in the corners where the pavement cracked. I thought about calling a friend. Someone I could trust to say, "You're overthinking it." But I hesitated. Who'd believe me? A strange caravan, flickering lights, a man who vanished. Maybe I was just lonely. Maybe I was tired. Maybe the neighborhood was changing, and I hadn't noticed. Before bed, I opened the small cabinet by the sink. Inside was a folded piece of paper, yellowed and brittle. I hadn't seen it when I first looked. The handwriting was tight and cramped, a note, though what it said was only half legible. Don't trust the faces you know. They look at you like you're a stranger. The place shifts. It listens. I stared at the words longer than I should have, mouth dry. The caravan was silent except for the faint hum of the fridge and the distant, muffled sound of a siren, far enough away to be background noise but close enough to unsettle. I folded the note carefully, slipped it into my pocket, and lay down. The mattress was thin and springy, the fabric itchy. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window frame. The street beyond was empty, but I thought I caught a glimpse of movement, a shadow crossing the road, vanishing before I could focus. Sleep didn't come easily. My mind wouldn't stop racing through the strange day, the odd encounters, the feeling that somewhere, just beyond the edges of my vision, something had already started changing. In the morning, I'd wake up and the world would seem different. But for now, there was only the caravan, the silence, and the faint, unsettling sense that I was no longer entirely at home. I woke before dawn, the mattress creaking beneath me like it had a life of its own. I sat up slowly, my eyes adjusting to the dim light. The fridge hummed again, steady and low. I traced my fingers along the rough plaster wall, feeling every uneven bump and ridge. Something wasn't right. The place felt smaller than the day before, like the walls had inched closer overnight. Or maybe I was just too tired to think straight. The note's words echoed in my head, "It listens." I folded it out and stared at the faded ink again. No signature. No explanation. Just that cryptic warning. I wanted to believe it was a prank, some twisted joke from the previous owner, but the unease twisting in my stomach told me otherwise. I needed answers. I couldn't stay trapped in this shifting space, watching familiar faces turn away as if I were a stranger. Not when the streets I knew like the back of my hand started to warp and twist, like reflections in a cracked mirror. I pulled on my jacket and stepped outside. The air was damp, carrying the faint smell of wet earth and something else, something metallic, faint but sharp. A distant dog barked, its voice wavering like it wasn't sure whether to be loud or quiet. I scanned the street. No one. Just the usual rows of houses, their shutters closed, lawns trimmed but oddly lifeless. I needed to test something. To see if the neighborhood was still real. The first place I went was the corner store where I'd bought coffee just last week. It should have been open by now, but the window was dark. I pressed my palm against the glass, feeling the cold smoothness, and saw inside a cluttered store, but no sign of the owner, Mr. Harris. His face was something I'd known for years, a friendly nod every time I came in. Today, the shelves were dusty, the products haphazardly stacked, like someone had left in a hurry. Or never came back. I waited for a moment, listening for footsteps or voices. The faint hum of a refrigerator buzzed inside, but no other sound. I knocked lightly. Silence. Turning away, my eyes caught a newspaper on the stoop. The date was last month, not today. The headline was about a minor fire downtown, something I hadn't heard of. The paper smelled musty, stale with age. How had it gotten there? I stuffed it into my pocket, more confused than ever. Next, I walked to the house where my friend Lena lived. She'd been my anchor in this neighborhood for years, someone I could trust, someone who understood the odd little rituals that made this place home. But as I approached, the house looked different. The paint was peeling more than I remembered, the garden overgrown with weeds. The front door was slightly ajar. I called out, "Lena?" "It's me." My voice sounded strange in the empty street, too loud, too sharp. No reply. I stepped inside, shoes clicking on the hardwood floor. The smell hit me first, stale air mixed with something sour, like rotten fruit. The living room was coated in dust, furniture draped with white sheets, as if the house had been abandoned for months. I hesitated, then moved to the kitchen. On the counter, a calendar was flipped to 2 months ago. A sticky note was stuck to it in messy handwriting. "Don't trust the quiet." My hands trembled, and I swallowed hard. This wasn't Lena's house. Not anymore. I wanted to leave, but then I heard a faint creak from upstairs. Someone else was in the house. Or had been recently. I crept to the bottom of the stairs, breath shallow. The wooden steps groaned underfoot, each one a warning. I paused, listening. Silence. Complete silence. I was about to turn away when a voice whispered from the shadows above. "You shouldn't be here." I froze. The voice was familiar but distant, like a half-remembered dream. I called up, "Who's there?" No answer. My heart thudded painfully in my chest. I backed toward the door, but the air grew colder, pressing against my skin like an invisible weight. Outside, the sky had darkened, clouds rolling in fast. A faint wind picked up, pushing against the house as if trying to pry it open. I stepped out into the street, the rain starting to fall light at first, then heavier, drumming against the roof of the Caravan as I returned. I slammed the door shut behind me, locking it with trembling hands. The note in my pocket felt heavier still. Inside, the Caravan's interior had shifted again. The walls seemed closer, the windows smaller. The faded wallpaper I'd noticed yesterday was peeling more, revealing a rough, patchy surface underneath. The air smelled of damp wood and something metallic. I pulled the curtains aside, trying to see out into the street, but the view was distorted, houses blurred, their edges smudged like a watercolor painting left out in the rain. I sat down on the edge of the bed, fingers tracing the note once more. It listens. Was the note warning me about the caravan? The neighborhood? Or something else entirely? I knew I couldn't trust what I was seeing. Not anymore. I pulled out my phone, no signal. The screen glowed dimly, the battery half drained, but no calls, no texts, no messages. I tried the map app. It spun endlessly, failing to locate me. The blue dot that usually marked my position was nowhere to be found. I sank back against the wall, head throbbing. The silence pressed in again, thicker, heavier. The only sound was the rain, steady and relentless. Then, out of nowhere, my phone buzzed. I grabbed it, heart pounding. A text message. No number. No name. You're looking the wrong way. I stared at the screen, fingers shaking. The message made no sense, and yet it felt like a threat. A challenge. Outside, the rain softened to a drizzle. The street lights flickered on, casting long shadows that stretched and warped across the cracked pavement. I had to figure this out. I had to find Lena, find Mr. Harris, find someone who could tell me what was happening before I lost myself completely. But the caravan wasn't done with me yet. I could feel it, like a pulse beneath the floorboards. The walls were already closing in. And whatever was waiting outside was patient. Too patient. I didn't know who to trust anymore. Not the neighborhood. Not the faces that looked familiar but felt like strangers. Not even myself. Only one thing was certain: the caravan was no longer just a home. It was a trap. And I was running out of time. The rain had stopped, but the air stuck to my skin like a damp blanket. I glanced back at the caravan, its faded blue paint peeling under the flickering street lamp. The windows stared back at me like dark, unblinking eyes. I swallowed hard. The place was no longer just a relic or a quirky purchase. It was an active trap, a machine that bent reality around me. That much was clear. But how far did it reach? How many lives were stacked beneath its thin walls? I tried the door handle. Locked. Of course. I'd already lost the key somewhere in the shifting rooms, the ones that no longer made sense. I stood up, my legs stiff from sitting on the cold ground. The street stretched out empty except for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant bark of a dog that sounded far too close and too lonely. The neighborhood was wrong. I knew that for sure. It wasn't just the faces that had changed, people I thought I recognized but who looked through me like I was a ghost. It was the layout, the sounds, even the smells. The faint scent of freshly cut grass was replaced by something acrid, like burnt plastic, and the usual hum of distant traffic was gone, swallowed by an unnatural silence. I remembered Lena. I had to find her. She was the only person who might understand what was happening. But where? The last time I saw her, the street was a familiar stretch of cracked pavement and sagging mailboxes. Now, it was a distorted maze. I started walking, trying to follow the street signs, but they twisted and shifted as if the night itself was rearranging the world. I stopped at a corner, the one where I was supposed to turn left to get to Lena's apartment. A figure stood there, a woman, backlit by a flickering streetlight. My heart lurched. She turned slowly, and I recognized the face. It was Lena. But not Lena. Her eyes were hollow, cold, and distant. She didn't smile or speak. She just stared, her lips pressed into a thin line. Lena? I called out, swallowing a lump in my throat. She took a step back, then another, fading into the shadows. I blinked. She was gone. A cold gust swept through the street, carrying a faint whisper. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was mocking, deliberate. I clenched my fists, trying to steady my breath. This wasn't just a neighborhood gone wrong. This was a deliberate, calculated manipulation. The phone buzzed again. This time, a new message: there is no way out. Only through. I dropped the phone onto the pavement. Only through what? I muttered to myself. The words felt like a sentence, a verdict. I was trapped, yes, but to what end? I looked back toward the caravan. The dull glow of its interior light flickered again, like a pulse beneath the floorboards. I felt it then, the subtle vibration, a heartbeat of the place itself. It was alive, or at least something in it was. I needed answers. I forced myself to move, backtracking toward my strange, shifting home. Inside, the air was thick and stale, but the walls no longer felt like they belonged to the same space I'd entered hours ago. The wallpaper peeled in places I hadn't noticed before. The furniture was rearranged, not randomly, but as if someone had staged it deliberately, hiding something in plain sight. On the small kitchen table lay an envelope, sealed with old-fashioned wax. My name was scrawled across it in a shaky hand. The scent of damp paper and ink hit me before I even opened it. I hesitated, then tore the seal. Inside was a single sheet of paper, covered in dense, almost obsessive handwriting. I skimmed the words, trying to make sense of the jumble. Memory is the key. The past you trust is a lie. The faces you know are masks. Trust the spaces between. I read that line 3 times. The paper smelled faintly of tobacco and something metallic, like old pennies. I ran my fingers over the words, tracing the loops of the letters, feeling a strange connection to whoever had written it. Who was I supposed to trust? The note didn't say. The caravan's walls creaked, the sound echoing like a whisper in an empty church. I moved toward the small bathroom, hoping to find some clue, some reflection of reality I could hold on to. The mirror was cracked, the surface fractured like a spider web. My reflection stared back at me, distorted and strange. I touched the glass, tracing the cracks with my fingertips. The cool surface vibrated faintly under my hand. There was a muted thud behind me. I spun around, heart racing. Nothing. Just a cramped space and the hum of the caravan's aging electric system. I tried the window next to the sink. It opened, but when I peeked outside, the view was wrong again. The street was gone, replaced by a narrow alley lined with rusted metal dumpsters and garbage bags that bulged with something unidentifiable. I pulled back, breathing hard. I was losing it. Or the caravan was breaking me. I sank to the floor, back against the wall, and pulled my knees close. The note's words swirled in my mind. Memory, masks, spaces between. Suddenly, the phone buzzed again. This time, a call. No ID. I answered with a trembling voice. Hello? Silence. Then a whisper, almost inaudible. You've gone too far now. No turning back. The line went dead. I dropped the phone, my skin prickling. The caravan's pulse quickened, the floorboards buzzing beneath me. I realized then that this wasn't just a place that trapped me physically. It was controlling me, rewriting what I knew, erasing the lines between truth and illusion. I had crossed a threshold. There was no escape, not yet. But if I stayed, what would be left of me? A sudden knock rattled the caravan's outer door. Sharp. Insistent. I froze. No one should be out there. Not in this weather, not at this hour. My hand shook as I crept toward the door, heart hammering so loud I thought the neighbors might hear. "Hello?" I called, voice brittle. No answer. Then the knocking stopped. I waited, breath shallow, listening to the silence that followed. A faint rustling sound came from the back of the caravan. I risked a glance toward the rear window. The glass was fogged, but through the mist, I saw a shadow move, just a flicker. I wasn't alone. The caravan had drawn something in. Something human. And I had to find out what it wanted. Or risk losing myself to the shifting nightmare forever. The knock had stopped, but the silence that settled afterward was worse. It pressed in on me, thick and suffocating, like the night itself was waiting, watching. My breath caught in my throat, ragged and uneven. I folded my arms tight against the sudden chill crawling up my spine, the old caravan creaking softly under the weight of the wind. The faint rustling from the back window hadn't ceased. If anything, it grew more deliberate, more familiar. I edged toward the rear, each step measured and slow, the floorboards whispering beneath my feet. The fogged glass blurred the shadow again, but this time it didn't flit away. It stayed, motionless, like something was holding its breath just on the other side. My fingers pressed against the cold pane, smudging the moisture into a streak. The air smelled damp, like rotten leaves and old wood. The scent reminded me of the park near my childhood home, though this place felt warped, wrong. "Who's there?" I tried again, voice barely above a whisper, cracked from the cold intention. No answer. Instead, the shadow shifted, edging sideways. My pulse kicked up. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee and fear rising. A memory flickered, Mrs. Hargrove from down the street, the one who always waved from her porch but never crossed the yard. Would she come knocking at this hour? No. That wasn't right. That face wouldn't be here. I stepped back, heart hammering. I needed light. Something to cut through the gloom. Grabbing the flashlight from the cupboard, I flicked it on, the beam trembling in my grip. The narrow corridor ahead was swallowed in darkness, but the light caught the peeling wallpaper and the warped wooden paneling, revealing the caravan's decay in brutal detail. The air was cooler here, and I could hear the faint tap of rain against the metal roof, steady and unrelenting. Back at the rear window, I trained the light on the shadow's form. The glass fogged again, and when I squinted through the damp blur, the shape resulted into a person crouching low, face obscured by a hood. A man. Stranger. The feeling in my chest twisted. Why had he come here? How had he even found me? The streets outside had warped so often, so unpredictably. Maybe this place was a beacon, pulling in things, people who didn't belong. I backed away quickly, the flashlight's beam wobbling as my hands trembled. The man's presence was a threat, but not in the way I expected. No raised voice, no sudden movements. Just stillness. Waiting. Watching. I swallowed past the lump in my throat and turned toward the door, only to freeze. The knocking started again. Sharp. Insistent. Closer this time, like it was right beside me. Stop, I said, voice low but shaking. Please. No reply. Instead, the knocking morphed into a tapping, more deliberate, almost rhythmic. I realized it was coming from inside the caravan. Somewhere hidden, maybe behind the walls or under the floorboards. My skin prickled, every nerve on edge. I crouched to listen, trying to pinpoint the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones' origin. It was beneath the floor near the kitchenette. My mind spun, was the caravan itself trying to communicate? No. That was ridiculous. I was tired. Paranoia creeping in. But the tapping persisted, steady and unnerving. I grabbed a removable floor panel, prying it up with trembling fingers. The rough wood scraped against something cold and metal beneath. The air from the opening smelled stale and musty, like a buried cellar. I hesitated, heart threatening to burst out of my chest. Then, a voice, a whisper, barely audible, slithered from the darkness below. "You shouldn't be here," it said. I yanked my hand back so fast it grazed the edge, a sting blooming. The flashlight slipped, clattering into the hole. Darkness swallowed the beam. I scrambled forward, hands fumbling in the cold, trying to retrieve it. "Who's down there?" I demanded, voice cracking. Silence. Then a cough, dry and ragged. I swallowed hard. This was no hallucination. Someone was trapped beneath the caravan, hidden. But why? And how long had they been here? I scrambled to find my phone, fingers fumbling for the screen. No signal. The battery was nearly dead. Typical. I cursed under my breath, the familiar frustration gnawing at me. "Help me," the voice whispered again, weaker this time. Something inside me shifted. Despite everything, the shifting rooms, the distorted neighbors, the creeping dread, I couldn't leave this person here. I had to try. I grabbed the panel again, pried it further open. The space beneath was narrow but just big enough to crawl into. Cold air rushed out, smelling of damp earth and rot. I hesitated. The darkness felt alive, oppressive. My heart slammed against my ribs, sweat slicking my palms. I know how that sounds. "I'm coming," I said, voice barely a breath. I slid down into the cramped space, the walls pressing in, the smell of mold and dust overwhelming. The beam of my flashlight cut through the black, flickering as I moved. The voice came again, weaker, a rasp of breath and pain. "Please. Hurry." I crawled forward, senses sharpened. The rough earth beneath scraped my knees. Then, my hand brushed something soft, a sleeve, torn and grimy. I grasped it, pulling gently. A man's face emerged, gaunt, pale, eyes wild and desperate. Recognition hit me like a punch. It was Tom. Tom from the neighborhood. The one who had vanished months ago. The one I'd seen in distorted reflections, in warped versions of my street. But here, trapped beneath the caravan, broken and fading. His lips moved, barely audible. They're watching. Always watching. A shiver ran through me. Who? Who's watching? He coughed, choking on the damp air. The others. The ones who control the walls. The faces that lie. They don't want you out. I wanted to believe him, but my mind screamed for logic. This had gone too far. Tom was a man pushed to the edge, trapped and lost. Or worse, playing mind games. I tugged harder, trying to pull him free. The space was tight, the earth crumbling beneath us. Then, a sudden noise above, a scraping, like nails on metal. I froze. The knocking outside had returned, louder now, frantic. The caravan trembled slightly, as if shuddering from some unseen blow. "Quick," Tom gasped. "They're coming." I gritted my teeth, adrenaline flooding my veins. This was beyond anything I'd imagined, beyond vintage charm or neighborhood quirks. The caravan had become a prison, a labyrinth designed to trap and confuse. And now, it was turning hostile. I tried to lift Tom, but the confined space made it impossible. Panic clawed at my chest. If I didn't get out soon, we'd both be trapped. The knocking turned to pounding. I never thought it would end like this, standing in a patch of cracked asphalt, with the sun sinking low enough to set the whole street aflame in gold and orange, while the caravan sat behind me, silent and still. The shifting walls, the twisted versions of the neighborhood, the strange faces, the cold nods from people who once smiled. Everything had finally come to a stop. I was free, or at least I thought so. I remember the moment when I realized the Caravan wasn't just an old vehicle with a bad heater and a funky smell. It had been alive in its own way, a cruel trickster bending reality just enough to trap me between what was and what should never have been. The distorted reflections of my life, the warped memories, it all blurred into this suffocating nightmare where I couldn't trust the people I loved or the ground beneath my feet. The last time I stepped inside felt like walking into a different skin, one that didn't fit anymore. The floorboards creaked underfoot, the wallpaper peeled back like a scab, revealing layers of something darker beneath. The air was stale, a mix of mildew and the faint, sweet tang of old perfume that didn't belong to anyone I recognized. That perfume, I realized later, was the smell of the past clawing itself back into the present. I don't know how long I stayed trapped, but it felt like weeks. Days ran into each other. I'd moved through rooms that changed their shape when I blinked, doors that led to alleys I knew but couldn't place, windows that looked out onto streets that should have been familiar but were empty or crowded with faces that looked like mine but weren't. The only constant was the silence that filled the spaces between those moments, broken only by my own ragged breathing and the occasional creak of the Caravan settling. I thought I was losing my mind. I even told myself that out loud sometimes while pacing the cramped living space, running my fingers over the chipped kitchen counter or the cold metal sink. "You're losing it," I said, voice shaking. "It's just the stress, the isolation." But the truth was worse. I wasn't losing my mind. I was losing my reality. And worse, I was beginning to suspect that reality was never mine to keep. The final piece fell into place when I saw Mara. Not the Mara I knew from next door, who baked bread and laughed too loud on weekends. No, this Mara was quiet, her eyes hard and unreadable, her smile a thin line that didn't reach her face. She stood just outside the Caravan's tiny window, staring at me like I was a stranger. "Why are you doing this?" I asked through the glass, my breath fogging the pain. Her lips pressed tight. Then, in a voice that was both familiar and strange, she said, "You're not the person you think you are." That sentence hit me harder than any door slamming or shadowy figure lurking in the corner. It wasn't a threat. It was a truth I'd been avoiding about myself, about the memories I held onto so tightly, the version of my life I'd built inside this fragile shell. I realized then that the Caravan wasn't a trap built by some supernatural force. It was a mirror, reflecting back every cracked memory, every denial, every lie I told myself to keep the past comfortable. It forced me to confront the people I'd pushed away, the moments I'd rewritten to suit my own narrative. It was a brutal reckoning, but it was mine. So, I did the only thing left. I stepped outside. The air was cool against my skin, the smell of damp earth and fading sunlight grounding me in a way the Caravan never could. The neighborhood stretched out before me, real and solid, with its familiar uneven sidewalks and the distant bark of a dog. I looked at the houses, the parked cars, the trees swaying gently in the evening breeze. Mara was there, on her porch, watching. This time, her smile was genuine, if small. She waved, and I waved back. I walked down the street, each step a little easier than the last. The faces of neighbors passed by, some nodding, some calling out greetings. No more cold stares, no more strangers wearing familiar masks. But the feeling didn't leave me all at once. The Caravan's grip lingered like a shadow under my skin, a reminder of how fragile the line between memory and reality could be. I knew I'd carry that with me, always. Later, when I sat on the worn bench outside the corner store, the sun finally dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in bruises of purple and red. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I wasn't the same person who had first bought that Caravan. I was quieter, maybe a little wiser, definitely more cautious. but I was alive. And that mattered. The old Caravan? It stayed where I left it, parked behind the row of sycamores, its windows dark and empty. I didn't go back. Some places, some memories, aren't meant to be revisited. As I watched the streetlights flicker on, one by one, I thought about the strange journey I'd been through. How the familiar could become alien, how trust could erode until all you had was yourself. I thought about Mara, about the neighbors, about the cracks in my own story. And then I thought about the future. Maybe it wouldn't be perfect. Maybe I'd still get lost sometimes, in my head or in the world. But now, I knew how to find my way back. I stood up, dusted off my jeans, and started walking home. The night was quiet, but it wasn't empty. There was life here, in the streets, in the people, in me. And for the first time in a long time, that was enough. Story 3, Data Center Time Loop, Night Shift's Endless Cycle. They say the graveyard shift is the quietest time at a data center. I started this job 3 months ago, mostly because the pay was decent and the night hours meant fewer distractions. Day shifts were a mess, phone calls, meetings, the endless parade of urgent emails that weren't urgent at all. At night, I could focus. At least, that's what I told myself. The data center was on the outskirts of town, tucked inside a nondescript office building that smelled faintly of burnt coffee and stale carpet. The walls were painted a dull beige, the kind of color that tries to be neutral but just ends up feeling tired. The floor was cold concrete, and every step I took echoed softly in the cavernous space. There were rows of server racks, all humming and blinking with life, their fans pushing a constant, dry breeze through the room. The air smelled faintly metallic, mixed with the sharp tang of cleaning solvents used after the daytime crew left. I clocked in at exactly 11 p.m., like clockwork. The security gate buzzed open, and I swiped my badge, feeling the familiar chill of the card reader against my palm. I nodded to Carl at the front desk. He was the only other person on my shift until midnight, when the second wave arrived. Carl's a quiet guy, always wearing that faded baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He gave me a half smile and a grunt in return, which I took as a greeting. Settling into my cubicle, I fired up my workstation. The glow of the monitors illuminated my face, casting shadows under my eyes. I'd been running systems checks for the past hour, cross-referencing logs and monitoring for any anomalies. Mostly, it was monotonous work, but something about it kept me alert. Maybe it was the isolation, or the fact that I was responsible for hundreds of servers humming somewhere behind those racks. Around midnight, a few of the other night shift techs trickled in. I recognized them all: Lisa, the network specialist who always hummed quietly to herself, Jeremy, who never seemed to look away from his screens, and Rachel, the new hire who still looked a little lost in the maze of cables and blinking machines. That's when I first noticed it. Lisa was at her usual spot, typing furiously, her fingers flying over the keyboard like she was racing against time. But then, after a few minutes, she stopped, leaned back in her chair, took a deep breath, and spun her chair around to stare out the window. The city lights flickered in the distance, but then she shifted forward, started typing again exactly the same way she had before. The whole sequence repeated: typing, breath, spin, stare, typing. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. Maybe I was just tired. I glanced at the clock on the wall. 12:15 a.m. Jeremy, a few desks down, was also caught in a loop. He adjusted his glasses, glanced at his screen, typed a few lines, then paused, scratched his head, and repeated the exact same motions. Rachel seemed oblivious, focused on her monitor. I shook my head, trying to push the weird feeling away. Maybe I was just seeing patterns where none existed. After all, night shifts tended to distort perception. But then, my own watch caught my eye. I'd sworn I checked the time just a moment ago. Now it read 11:50 p.m. That made no sense. I looked back at the wall clock. It said 11:50 as well. I frowned and reached for my phone to check the time there, 11:50. Except, I'd only just clocked in an hour ago. I leaned back in my chair, my palms pressed against the cold plastic armrests. My breathing felt shallow. The same coworkers were still repeating their odd, mechanical motions, and yet the time was going backward. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Okay, maybe I'm tired, I muttered. Just tired. I stood up and stretched, feeling the stiffness in my shoulders. The air conditioning was humming too loudly tonight, or maybe it was just louder to me. I walked toward the window. Outside, the dark sky was clear, the stars faint but visible. No clouds. No rain. The city's glow was steady. Lisa spun around again, her chair creaking on the floor as she repeated her exact motion. Jeremy adjusted his glasses again. Rachel's eyes flicked up for a second, as if she sensed something off, then went back to her screen. I stepped back and returned to my desk, heart pounding a little faster now. I opened the server logs and scanned for any anomalies. There was a note from the day's shift about a failing server in LAC 14C, which was supposed to be replaced during my shift. Nothing else. Curious, I stood and walked down the aisle between the racks. The hum got louder here, the air drier against my skin. I reached the rack labeled 14C. The lights on the server flickered erratically, some blinking faster than others. The metal surface was cool to the touch, but there was a faint vibration beneath my fingers. I squinted at the small LCD panel on the server. It showed a series of error messages, timeouts, repeated attempts at reconnecting, and a warning about data packet loss. The kind of glitch that could cause serious problems if left unchecked. I pulled out my phone and took a quick picture, then stepped back. The air felt oddly still now. No hum from the fans, just a low, rhythmic pulse. I turned toward the exit but stopped. There was a smell, a faint, acrid scent, like overheated plastic mixed with something metallic and sharp. It wasn't the usual sterile smell of the data center. I looked down at my hands. They were slightly sticky, a strange residue I hadn't noticed before. I sniffed my fingers. Nothing distinct, just that weird chemical tang that didn't belong. A sudden noise made me jump. Rachel's voice, low and hesitant, came from behind me. "Hey, did you see this?" she said, holding up her tablet. I walked over, trying to steady my voice. "What is it?" She pointed to a graph on the screen, timestamps overlapping, data packets repeating, and then disappearing. "These logs, they're repeating, like the system is stuck in some kind of loop." I stared at the screen. "That's not supposed to happen." "No," she agreed. "And look here." She tapped another part of the graph. "The timestamps go backward sometimes." I swallowed hard. "Are you sure this isn't some kind of glitch in the software?" Rachel shook her head. "I don't think so. It's like the servers are erasing time. Erasing time." The words echoed in my mind, and I felt a cold weight settle in my chest. Not the kind of weight you get from fear, but something heavier, like confusion and disbelief wrapped together. I looked back at the others. Lisa was still spinning in her chair. Jeremy was adjusting his glasses again. The clock on the wall ticked backward, the minute hand crawling in reverse. Something was very wrong. I rubbed my temples and tried to focus. No one else seemed to notice. Or maybe they did, but were caught in their own loops, frozen in some mechanical rhythm. I glanced once more at my watch. 11:35 p.m. I blinked. The shift had only just begun. And yet, I was already losing time. The data center, with all its blinking lights and humming machines, had become a place where time itself slipped away. I didn't know what was causing it, but I knew I had to figure it out. Before I lost myself in the loops, too. Remembering the previous events, the clock on the wall blinked 2:47, then 2:46, then 2:45. Backward. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, and the faint smell of burnt coffee hung in the stale air. My skin prickled, like the room was tightening around me. Rachel was still staring at her tablet, her fingers hovering over the screen as if afraid to touch it again. "This can't be right," I said, voice low, almost a whisper. "Time going backward? That's impossible." Rachel's eyes didn't leave the display. I double-checked the logs. "Look here." She swiped, zooming in on a cluster of repeating data packets. Every 30 seconds, identical sets appear. Then they reset. Like a loop. The others were frozen in their cubicles, eyes glazed as if caught in a trance. Lisa spun slowly in her chair. Jeremy adjusted his glasses over and over. I glanced at the security feed on the monitor, same loop. People walking down the hall, passing the camera, then the footage rewound, the same people walking again. "Rachel, are you thinking what I'm thinking?" I asked, swallowing hard. She nodded. "Servers malfunctioning, clearly. But it's more than just a glitch. It's warping time around here." I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the growing unease. "You mean this place is stuck in some kind of temporal loop?" "Not exactly." Rachel's voice was steady but quiet, like she was afraid to say it out loud. "More like the servers are erasing time. Erasing our shifts. Our presence." Her gaze flicked over to me. "You said your hours keep slipping backward, right?" I nodded. "Yeah. Yesterday I clocked out at 7 a.m., but when I checked my badge logs just now, it showed 6 a.m. Then 5:30. It doesn't make sense." Rachel tapped a few keys, then glanced up. "I think the servers are corrupting the timestamps. Not just on the system, but on us. Our shifts, our memories." I swallowed, the taste of old coffee bitter at the back of my throat. "So what do we do? Who do we even call for help at this hour?" "We can't call anyone," Rachel said, voice hardening. "The main office is closed. The security system is compromised. We're trapped here until day's shift." She bit her lip, then added, "unless." Suddenly, the overhead lights flickered violently, and the hum shifted into a low, grinding buzz. The building felt colder. The air thickened, like breathing through a wet cloth. I shivered. "We need to figure out which server is causing this," I said. "If we can isolate it, maybe we can shut it down." Rachel nodded but hesitated. "The problem is, it's not just one server. The logs show overlapping errors across multiple units. It's like they're feeding off each other." I stood, the chair scraping the floor too loudly in the silence. "Then we'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. Physical inspection." Jeremy suddenly blinked and looked up, confusion clouding his eyes. "What's going on? Why are you all standing around?" Lisa stopped spinning and stared at me, her expression vacant. I don't remember finishing my coffee. I looked at my own cup, half drunk, cold. "Time's slipping, Lisa. We're stuck in some kind of loop." She frowned. "That doesn't make any sense." "No, it doesn't," I agreed. "But it's happening." Rachel grabbed my arm, her fingers cold and trembling. "We need to move fast. If this keeps going, we won't even remember who we are. The thought made my stomach turn. I glanced around the room, empty desks, blinking monitors frozen on repeated sequences. A soft tapping noise echoed down the hall. Footsteps? Or just the servers humming? Let's start with server room B, Rachel said, pulling up a floor plan on her tablet. It's where the oldest machines are. If anything's going haywire, it's probably there. I nodded, tension knotting my shoulders. We should take the security pass with us. If the system is glitching, the doors might lock. Rachel handed me the card. The plastic felt slick in my palm, too smooth, like it didn't belong. As we moved down the corridor, I noticed something odd. The same janitor passed us twice, pushing his cart. The second time, he didn't say hello. Did you see that? I whispered, glancing at Rachel. She nodded, eyes narrowed. He's stuck too. We rounded the corner and entered server room B. The air was cooler here, metallic and sharp, with a faint scent of ozone. Racks of blinking machines lined the walls, humming in a chaotic chorus. One server in the far corner flickered erratically, the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows pulsing like a heartbeat. That one, Rachel said, pointing. It's the oldest model. Should have been decommissioned months ago. I stepped closer, the floor vibrating faintly under my boots. The screen on the server blinked error messages in rapid succession, timestamps reversing, packets lost, system warnings I couldn't fully understand. Suddenly, the room's lights dimmed, and the hum deepened. The temperature dropped further. My breath came out in visible puffs. Rachel, this feels wrong, I said, voice tight. She frowned, typing rapidly. I'm pulling logs. Wait. Her face went pale. The system is fighting back. It's trying to reboot itself, but something's stopping it. A cold draft swept past us, carrying the faint scent of burnt plastic. The server's screen flashed violently, then went black. Silence. Complete silence. Then, the door slammed shut behind us. I spun around, heart hammering. Rachel tried the handle, locked. We're trapped, she said, voice barely audible. No, I said, trying to keep calm. There has to be a manual override. Rachel pointed to a small panel near the door. If we can reset the power, maybe we can force a reboot. I crawled across the floor, fingers fumbling with the panel. The metal was icy against my skin. The smell of burnt coffee was replaced by something acrid, smoke. No, just the lingering ozone mixed with dust. I found the switch and flipped it. The lights flickered on and off, the hum stopped, then started again, slower this time. The door clicked. Rachel and I exchanged a tense glance before pushing it open. Back in the corridor, the janitor was gone. The clock on the wall read 2:50, then 2:48. In the dead of night, when the city's hum fades to a distant whisper, the data center breathes an eerie stillness all its own. Time's moving backward again, I muttered. Rachel's brow furrowed. This isn't just a malfunction. It's systemic. It's spreading. I rubbed my temples, a dull ache settling in. We need to tell someone. We need backup. Rachel shook her head. If the main office doesn't know, they won't believe us. And if they do, it might be too late. A sudden noise made us both freeze, a soft, uneven tapping from the vents above. Did you hear that? I whispered. Rachel nodded. We're not alone. The air grew colder still, the hum of the servers now a deep, threatening growl. Somewhere deep inside, the building seemed to be exhaling, inhaling like a living thing. I swallowed hard, the weight of the night pressing down on us. And then the lights flickered again, darker this time, and the world tilted just enough to make me stagger. Time was slipping, and with it, everything we knew. The hallway clock blinked 2:48 again, then 2:47. I blinked hard, rubbing my eyes as if that might fix the impossible time slip. Rachel stood beside me, her breath shallow, eyes darting toward the dark server room we had just escaped. The door clicked shut behind us without warning, though we hadn't touched it. "Did you see that?" I whispered, voice rough and low. She nodded, swallowing hard. "It's like time's undoing itself." I wanted to laugh, to shake off the creeping dread. But it wasn't a joke. The air felt thick, heavier than it should have been for a room with no windows and a broken AC. The cold draft from before had vanished, replaced by a stagnant warmth that pressed against my skin. "Forget normal clocks," I muttered. "The servers are messing with the whole building's systems. We're caught in some kind of loop." Rachel's eyes flashed with a mixture of fear and determination. "We have to find the mainframe. Maybe if we isolate the glitch." "Wait." I stepped back, noticing the faint hum shifting, not just in pitch but in rhythm. Like a heartbeat, irregular and weak. The smell hit me then, burnt plastic again, sharper, acrid. It wasn't just old wiring. It was something actively dying. We moved down the corridor, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead, buzzing as if they were struggling to stay alive. The janitor's cart was still there, untouched, but the janitor himself was nowhere. Odd. He'd been standing just moments ago, or was it hours? My phone buzzed in my pocket, startling me. I pulled it out. The screen showed 2:46 a.m. I stared, disbelief pinching my brow. I had just seen 2:48 twice in the last minute. My hands trembled as I locked the screen, trying to steady my breath. Rachel caught up, her voice a whisper. "This isn't just a glitch. It's erasing time. You don't think we're losing hours, do you?" I hesitated. I don't know what to think anymore. But if my shift keeps slipping backward, if the clocks aren't reliable, then yes, something's being deleted. We might already be inside the problem. A cold sweat broke out on my neck. The building, the servers, the janitor, all stuck in a loop, repeating. And me? Falling behind, losing time I could never get back. We rounded the corner toward the mainframe room. The hallway stretched unnervingly long, the walls humming quietly now, as if the building itself exhaled. The mainframe's door was ajar, light spilling out in sharp lines onto the scuffed floor. Rachel motioned for silence. I crept forward, the faint crackle of the servers mixing with a low static that set my teeth on edge. Inside, the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, was warmer, almost suffocating. The air tasted metallic, like pennies mixed with dust. Near the central bank of servers, a small screen flickered erratically, showing lines of corrupted code scrolling too fast to read. Rachel crouched beside the panel. "This is it, the root. Whatever's causing this loop is buried deep in this system." I scanned the room, noting the tangle of cables, the blinking lights, and a small, unassuming black box mounted near the floor. It pulsed faintly, rhythmically, like a pulse. I reached out, hesitating before touching it. The surface was cool but alive with vibration. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind us. Rachel jumped, a sharp inhale escaping her lips. The lights dimmed, shadows crawling across the racks. The hum dropped to a low growl, pressing in on us. "We're locked in again," I said, jaw tight. "No turning back now." She nodded, eyes wide but resolute. "If we can reset this box, maybe it will break the loop." I felt a gnawing reluctance. The janitor's disappearance, the looping coworkers, the slipping hours, they all pointed to something bigger than a mere malfunction. But there was no choice. We were in, and if we didn't act, the building and maybe we would be trapped forever. I reached for the box, fingers brushing the surface when suddenly the screen blared a warning, error 0xC3F1. The code scrambled into indecipherable symbols, then froze. Rachel stepped back, voice tight. I've never seen anything like this. It's not just corrupted data, it's rewriting itself. Rewriting itself. That phrase echoed in my head. The servers weren't just looping, they were actively erasing and rewriting reality inside this building. A temporal glitch, yes, but one with a cruel intelligence, a slow erasure that might swallow us whole. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee and burnt plastic thick on my tongue. We might be the only ones who can stop this. Or at least slow it down. She looked at me, eyes reflecting the flickering lights. No one's coming. The day crew won't believe this. Even if they did, they think we've lost it. Her words hit me like a punch. Alone. Trapped. Time slipping through our fingers like sand. The weight of it settled into my chest, squeezing until I thought I might collapse. Then, from the corner of my eye, movement. The janitor, no, not the janitor. A figure standing just outside the doorway, framed in the dim emergency light. Motionless. Watching. Did you see that? I hissed. Rachel nodded, stepping toward the door. It's not just a system. There's someone else here. My breath caught. Someone who knew about the glitch. Or worse, someone who was using it. The figure shifted, disappearing down the hall. The overhead lights flickered violently, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch forever. We don't have time, Rachel said, voice urgent. If whoever that is can manipulate the system, it means the glitch isn't random. It's controlled. I felt the cold creep of dread seep into my bones. Controlled. Deliberate. Not a malfunction, but a tool. We need to find the source. Under the harsh glare of fluorescent lights, the endless rows of servers seemed less like machines and more like silent sentinels. Rachel's fingers flew over the keyboard, pulling up network maps and logs. The screen showed a tangle of nodes with one blinking red, the heart of the distortion. We can trace it, she said. But it's deep. Deeper than the mainframe. The room seemed to pulse in time with the servers. Time itself was unraveling, and we were caught in the unraveling thread. I glanced back toward the hallway. No escape now. No turning back. We're past the point of no return, I said quietly. Rachel didn't argue. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, determination hardening her features. And me? I realized then that whatever was happening, it was permanent. The hours I'd lost, the loops I'd seen, the people repeating their steps like broken records, none of it was going away. Not unless we could rewrite the code of time itself. A shudder ran through me. The servers hummed louder, the black box throbbed beneath my fingertips. The glitch was no longer just a problem to fix. It was a trap. And we were inside it. The corridor ahead swallowed the faint glow of the emergency light, leaving me staring into a black so thick it felt like it pressed against my skin. Rachel's voice broke the silence again. We don't have time. If whoever that is can manipulate the system, it means the glitch isn't random. It's controlled. Controlled. The word hit harder this time. Like a slow, crushing weight that settled in my chest and refused to lift. I swallowed hard and nodded, even though she couldn't see me in the dark. We need to find the source. The air smelled stale, a mixture of recycled cold air and something metallic like iron, or maybe a hint of burnt circuitry. I pulled my jacket tighter, the rough fabric scratching in my wrists, trying to anchor me to the present. But time kept slipping. Maybe I was slipping too. "Stay close," Rachel whispered, her voice barely audible over the hum of the backup generators. The rhythmic drone was a constant reminder that the data center was alive, even if everything else around us felt dead, frozen in some broken loop. I followed her down the hall, the tiles underfoot cold and slick, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead in uneven bursts. Each flicker seemed to stretch the shadows longer, like fingers reaching after us. The building's usual hum had taken on a deeper, more sinister tone, like a heartbeat skipping, stuttering. We reached the server room's entrance, and Rachel pulled out her ID card, swiping it against the reader. The door clicked open with a mechanical sigh. Inside, the heat was almost unbearable. The servers radiated a dry, electric warmth that made my skin prickle. The blue and green indicator lights blinked in a steady pulse, but something felt off. I glanced around, catching the familiar pattern of tables and racks, but noticing a new addition, a black box tucked into a corner, something we hadn't seen before. It was sleek, almost out of place, with no labels or markings. "Did you see this before?" I asked. Rachel shook her head. "No. That's not part of the usual setup." My fingers itched to touch it, but I held back. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with the item. I could hear the faint tapping of keys somewhere down the hall, rhythmic and unchanging, like a metronome stuck on repeat. "We're not alone," I muttered, more to myself than to her. Rachel nodded, eyes scanning the racks. If someone's controlling the glitch, it's probably through that device. Maybe it's manipulating the servers to erase time, or at least erase our perception of it. The idea didn't sit well. Time wasn't supposed to be something you could tinker with like a broken machine. It was constant, relentless. But here it was, slipping through our fingers like smoke. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft click, like a door closing somewhere behind us. I spun around. The hallway was empty, swallowed again by darkness. "Who's there?" Rachel called out, voice steady but low. No answer. I could feel the hairs on my neck rise, the prickling sensation crawling down my spine. We weren't just dealing with a malfunction. Someone or something was watching. Waiting. Rachel moved toward the black box, her fingers hovering over the smooth surface. If I can hack into this, maybe I can trace the source of the glitch. "Be careful," I warned. "We don't know what this thing can do." Her eyes met mine, sharp and determined. "Neither do we." She started typing, the clicking of her keyboard loud in the confined space. The screen blinked, lines of code spilling across it. I leaned in, trying to catch any clues. Suddenly, her expression shifted, a flicker of confusion, then alarm. "That's not possible," she said. "The system, it's rewriting its own history." I frowned. Rewriting history? Before she could answer, the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows cut out completely. Darkness enveloped us. The hum of the generators faltered, then stopped. Silence. Complete silence. My breath came fast, shallow. I reached out, fingertips brushing against Rachel's arm. She squeezed my hand. The emergency lights kicked in again, but the room looked different. Somehow colder, more distant. The racks seemed farther apart, the black box gone. Did we just lose time? I whispered. Rachel shook her head slowly. No. We lost something else. A sudden realization hit me like a punch. The glitch wasn't just erasing time. It was erasing us from the moment to the place. We were slipping, disappearing piece by piece. I glanced at the clock on the wall. The numbers were spinning backward. Minutes rewinding like a broken tape. "We have to get out," I said urgently. "Before we disappear too." Rachel nodded, already moving toward the door. But as we reached for the handle, it slammed shut with a force that rattled the metal frame. I yanked at it. Locked. "Great," I muttered, pounding on the door. Locked. Just what we needed. Rachel scanned the room, eyes landing on a small ventilation grate near the floor. "Maybe we can crawl through." I wasn't sure. The vent looked narrow, claustrophobic. But what choice did we have? As I squeezed through the opening, the cold metal scraping against my skin, I felt the world shift again, like the floor was tilting beneath me. On the other side, the hallway stretched out, but it wasn't the hallway we knew. The walls were bare, the ceiling lower. No sign of the usual racks or blinking lights. Rachel crawled behind me, her breathing ragged. "This isn't just a glitch," she said, voice trembling. "It's a trap. A trap." The word echoed in my mind as I looked around. The humming of the servers was louder tonight, or maybe I was just more aware of it. It filled every corner of the room, a constant vibration that seemed to seep into my bones. I rubbed my neck, feeling the tightness of long hours and too little sleep. The air smelled faintly of burnt plastic and stale coffee, a scent that seemed to cling to the carpet and my clothes alike. I glanced at the clock on the wall, 2:47 a.m., and frowned. That time had been there for longer than it should have. Longer than it ever should have. I was losing time again. Not the usual kind of losing time where you forget what happened an hour ago. No, this was different. The numbers on the clock weren't moving forward, they were slipping backward, like a film running in reverse. My shift was supposed to end at 3 a.m., but the minutes kept rewinding, dragging me further into the night. I blinked, my eyes stinging from the harsh fluorescent lights overhead. When I looked again, the clock read 2:43 a.m. I pinched the bridge of my nose and leaned back in my chair. It was impossible. Yet, here I was, caught in a loop I couldn't break. Around me, the usual sounds continued, the tap-tap of keyboards, the low murmur of voices filtered through the glass walls of the server room, the distant clinking of cups from the break area. But something was off. I noticed it now, the same people, repeating the same actions as if stuck in their own time loops. Jake, the network tech, was standing by the coffee machine, pouring himself a cup, then setting the cup down and walking away, only to return and repeat the action again. Over and over. I stared, dumbfounded. Was I losing my mind? How could they not notice? The others seemed oblivious, moving in perfect repetition. But I wasn't. I felt the weight of time slipping through my fingers, dragging me under. I tapped my keyboard, trying to ground myself. The screen blinked, flickering with error messages from the malfunctioning server that had started this whole mess. It was the cause, I was sure of it. That server was rewriting reality in small, terrifying ways, erasing time as it went. But why? And how could I stop it? A faint knocking sound pulled me from my thoughts. The break room door creaked open, and Sarah stepped in, her face pale and drawn. She hesitated when she saw me, then whispered, "You're seeing it too, aren't you?" I nodded, voice catching in my throat. The loops. The time slipping. It's like we're trapped. She pulled her jacket tighter around herself, eyes darting nervously. I tried to tell Marcus, but he just shrugged it off. Said I was imagining things. Marcus, the supervisor, had been less than helpful. Always dismissive, always quick to write off concerns as paranoia or fatigue. But Sarah and I weren't imagining anything. This was real. And it was getting worse. We sat together in the break room, the hum of the servers leaking through the walls. Sarah took a shaky breath. I found something in the logs. The server's clock isn't just malfunctioning, it's actively reversing timestamps, causing data to overwrite itself. It's like it's erasing moments. My stomach turned. That explains the loops. If the server keeps erasing time, then we're stuck in these repeated cycles. But why can't they see it? Why just us? She shook her head. Maybe because we're paying attention. Or maybe the server's glitches are affecting our perception differently. I rubbed my hands over my face. We have to fix it. Before it's too late. The problem was, no one else wanted to listen. Marcus insisted on a simple reboot, ignoring the deeper damage the server was doing. I begged Sarah to help me bypass his authority, and together we devised a plan to isolate the faulty server and reset its internal clock manually. In the server room, the air was colder, the fluorescent lights flickering more aggressively. I could taste the metallic tang of stress in my mouth. Sarah stood beside me, her fingers trembling as she typed commands into the console. The screen flashed warnings, error codes cascading like a digital waterfall. The malfunction was deeper than we thought. Suddenly, the room seemed to shift. A low vibration rolled through the floor, and I stumbled, grabbing the edge of the console. The server fans whirred louder, a high-pitched whine that pierced my ears. I clenched my jaw, trying to steady myself. Almost there, Sarah said, voice tight but determined. The clock on the wall ticked backward again, time folding over itself like a crumpled map. My hand shook as I reached out and pressed the final command. The screen went black for a heartbeat, then rebooted. Slowly, the clock on the wall moved forward, hesitating, then catching up to the present moment. Jake finished pouring his coffee and walked away, no longer trapped in his loop. The hum of the servers steadied, returning to a constant, less sinister drone. I exhaled, relief flooding through me like warm water. Sarah smiled weakly beside me. We did it. But the exhaustion hit me like a wave. My knees buckled, and I sank to the cool floor, leaning back against the server rack. The night had taken more from me than just time. It had stolen my certainty, my sense of safety. When morning light finally crept through the windows, the data center felt different. The endless loops had ended, but the experience left a mark deeper than any malfunction. I realized how fragile our grasp on reality was, how easily it could slip away under the right conditions. Marcus came in, looking sheepish. I owe you both an apology, he said quietly. I should have taken this seriously. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Sarah gave him a small smile. We all did what we thought was best. That night changed me. I understood now that time isn't just a measure on a clock, it's the thread that holds us together. When that thread frays, it's not just minutes or hours that vanish. It's trust, certainty, the very fabric of who we are. I still work the graveyard shift, but the fear has faded. More than fear, it's a cautious respect. I check the clocks now, watch the servers with a wary eye. I know the danger is real, even if it's not something you can hold or see. Sometimes, when the hum of the machines dips just right, I catch the faintest echo of that night's distortion. A reminder. A warning. We survived. But the night left its shadows behind. And I carry them with me, quietly, as the world spins forward 1 second at a time. Story 4, Apartment Doppelgänger, Phantom on Security Camera. I never paid much attention to the security footage. It was just there, a feature of the old apartment complex I'd moved into 6 months earlier, a leftover from the previous management, I assumed. The little monitor was tucked away in the corner of the lobby, its screen flickering faintly under the dull yellow glow of the overhead bulb. Most days, it showed nothing more than empty hallways or the occasional delivery person fumbling with the buzzer. Nothing worth watching. That Thursday afternoon, the air inside my apartment felt heavier than usual. The windows were shut tight despite the late spring warmth pressing against the glass, and the stale scent of old plaster mixed with the faintest trace of burnt coffee lingered in the kitchen. Outside, a dog barked somewhere down the street, sharp and sudden, then silence. Complete silence. I'd been working from home, my laptop perched on the cluttered kitchen table, paper scattered like fallen leaves around my keyboard. The slow drip of the leaky faucet in the bathroom echoed through the thin walls. It was the kind of day that stretched without much happening, a kind of quiet that almost felt like it could swallow you whole if you weren't careful. I stood up to stretch and glanced toward the front door. The small security monitor caught my eye. Its screen was on, though I never remembered turning it on myself. The camera showed the entrance hallway, dim and grainy in black and white. That's when I noticed something odd. There I was, or rather, a reflection that looked exactly like me, standing just inside the lobby, near the mailboxes. But the thing was, I hadn't left my apartment since morning. The figure turned its head slowly, then lifted a hand to scratch its ear. It moved with a kind of deliberate slowness, almost testing the camera's gaze. I blinked, thinking maybe the footage was delayed, or a glitch was replaying an earlier moment. But no, the timestamp in the corner read just 15 seconds earlier. I leaned closer to the screen, squinting. The reflection wore the same tired gray sweater I had on, the same messy hair pushed back from the forehead. And yet, it wasn't me. Not really. I could feel it dry prickling at the back of my neck. My breath caught. The image shifted, the figure bent down and pulled something from the floor, something small and white, like a piece of paper. Then it turned, walking toward the stairwell instead of the exit. I swallowed hard. That's not possible, I murmured. I haven't been down there all day. I sat back in my chair, the vinyl peeling slightly on the armrests, and tried to shake off the strange unease curling in my stomach. Maybe it was a trick of the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows or a glitch in the system, I told myself. Maybe the camera was picking up someone else's reflection, a visitor, a delivery person who looked vaguely like me by coincidence. That happens sometimes, right? People who resembled each other. But no! I checked. There wasn't a delivery scheduled that day. The mailboxes were empty except for a few flyers, none of which had been dropped off recently. The only person in the building was me. That evening, after the sun had dipped behind the city skyline and the streetlights flickered on, I found myself drawn back to the monitor. The apartment was quiet except for the low hum of the refrigerator and the occasional distant siren. I poured a glass of water and sat down in front of the screen, eyes fixed on the grainy black and white image. I watched as my double moved through the lobby again. This time, it paused in front of the elevator, fiddling with the buttons in a way I could never do. I don't press the elevator buttons with my index finger, my thumb always does. Little quirks like that. Then the figure looked up, directly at the camera, and smiled. Not a friendly smile, but one that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. It was a slow, deliberate grin, the kind you might see in a photograph that's been staged just a little too perfectly. I felt a cold sweat break out along my spine. My hands trembled as I reached out and pressed the power button, shutting the monitor off. The room went dark except for the soft glow of my laptop screen. I tried to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing. I did. But the image lingered behind my eyes, a shadow that refused to fade. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that smile. The way the reflection had moved so carefully, so purposefully, like it was learning me, watching me. The next morning, I checked the security footage again, this time on my laptop, where the files were stored on a server I hadn't bothered to explore. The videos were time-stamped and archived neatly, stretching back weeks. I started scrolling through, trying to find anything else unusual. You probably think I'm imagining things. And then I saw it. The reflection, always there, but not always acting like me. Sometimes it lingered near the stairwell, sometimes it fiddled with the door locks, and once, it even pulled a jacket from the rack by the elevator, a jacket I'd never worn. The strangest part? The reflection never left the building. It stayed within the frame of the camera's eye, as if it knew it was being watched. I shut the laptop and rubbed my temples. My apartment felt smaller somehow, the walls pressing in. Outside, a car door slammed. The scent of rain hung in the air, cool and sharp. Who or what was living that hidden life behind the lens? And why did it seem to be waiting? I had to find out before it replaced me completely. The next morning, the apartment felt colder, even though the radiator was on full blast. I sat up slowly and rubbed my eyes, still replaying the footage I'd seen the night before. The reflection. Not just a trick of light or a glitch in the camera feed. It moved on its own, with purpose. It wasn't me, or at least, not the me I recognized. I poured water into the kettle, the clink of the metal handle against the glass's sharp contrast to the quiet. Steam curled up in lazy spirals as I waited for it to boil, then poured the hot water over the coffee grounds. The bitter smell filled the kitchen, a small comfort. I needed that right now. With mug in hand, I returned to the laptop and reopened the folder containing the security footage. The files were still organized by date and time, stretching back nearly 2 months. I hadn't had time to look at much before, but today, I would go through every single clip if I had to. My fingers hesitated over the keyboard before I clicked on a video from 3 weeks ago, early morning. The footage showed the lobby, empty except for my reflection lingering near the stairwell. It was a slow, deliberate movement, like someone pacing quietly, waiting. I watched the reflection reach toward the door locks, fingers brushing over the mechanisms in a way I never had. A cold shiver ran down my spine. How well did this thing know the building? Did it live here, or was it waiting for me to leave? I leaned closer, trying to catch every detail, the way the reflection's eyes darted around, the slight twitch of the mouth, the way it seemed to hold its breath. Then, the image shifted. The reflection pulled something from the rack by the elevator, a jacket I didn't recognize. Not mine. I frowned, tracing the fabric with my eyes. It was heavier, thicker winter wear, something I hadn't owned for years. The reflection slipped it on, its movements smooth and practiced. I paused the video, my hands trembling slightly. Who was this? Or rather, what? I closed the laptop abruptly, the sudden silence pressing in on me. The apartment felt too small, too cramped. I stood and walked to the window, pressing my forehead against the cold glass. Outside, the sky was a dull gray swirl of clouds, the kind that promised rain but never quite delivered. The air smelled faintly of wet pavement and exhaust fumes. I needed help. I couldn't do this alone. I dialed my friend Elise, keeping my voice low when she answered. Elise worked as a security consultant and had a knack for digital forensics. If anyone could help me figure out what was going on, it was her. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual. "I've got something weird. Really weird. Can you come over?" There was a pause on the other end before she replied, "Sure." "Coffee? You sound like you need it." I smiled, even though she couldn't see it. "Yeah, definitely." While waiting, I tidied up a little, though my mind wasn't really in it. The jacket was still on my shoulders, an itch at the back of my neck that I couldn't scratch. When Elise arrived, She carried a laptop bag and a thermos filled with something dark and fragrant. She settled in quickly, her eyes scanning the footage with that mix of curiosity and concern that always made me trust her judgment. "Okay," she said, clicking through the files. "So you're telling me this reflection, this duplicate, does things you don't do?" I nodded. "Exactly. It moves independently, and it seems to be living here somehow. I don't know how else to explain it." Elise frowned. "Have you talked to anyone else? Neighbors? Building staff? Anyone seen something odd?" "No," I admitted. "I haven't. I thought maybe I was losing it." She looked up sharply. "You're not. This is serious. We need to dig deeper." Together, we started tracing the timestamps, cross-referencing with building access logs that Elise managed to pull from the management office. The record showed no sign of any visitor matching my reflection's movements. No new keycards, no unusual entries. "It's like this thing is slipping through the cracks," Elise said, biting her lip. "Does the building have any blind spots? Areas without cameras?" I thought for a moment. The stairwell. The third-floor corridor. There's a spot where the camera angle doesn't quite cover the whole landing. "Good," she said. "We'll start there." We set out after dark, the building quieter than usual. The faint hum of the fluorescent lights overhead cast long shadows along the walls, the floor tiles cold beneath my shoes. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and uneven, echoing in the empty corridors. As we reached the stairwell, a chill ran through me. The air smelled damp, mildew, maybe, and the rough plaster wall scraped against my fingertips as I reached out. The flickering light above buzzed erratically, threatening to go out. Elise pulled out a small flashlight, sweeping the beam across the landing. There, near the corner shielded from the main camera, we found a small panel in the wall. The edges were worn, almost like someone had been opening it regularly. "Looks like an access point," Elise whispered. "Or maybe a hiding spot." We exchanged a glance. Neither of us spoke, but the unspoken question hung in the air. Had the reflection, or whatever it was, been using this space to move unseen? I crouched down and ran my fingers over the panel, feeling the roughness of the chipped paint and the faint scrape marks. There was something familiar about it, but I couldn't place it. Suddenly, a soft noise echoed from below, a creak, like a door slowly opening. My heart hammered in my chest, a sudden sharp rhythm that made my ears ring. Elise stepped closer, her voice barely above a whisper. "Did you hear that?" I nodded, swallowing hard. The silence that followed was thick, almost suffocating. We waited, breath held, listening to the faint scuff of footsteps moving away from us down the hallway. When the noise faded, I stood and glanced back at the panel. The reflection had to be real, had to be someone. But who? And why mimic me? The questions piled up, and the weight of them pressed down harder than ever. Back in my apartment later, I stared at the jacket again. It hung limply over the chair, the fabric still smelling faintly of smoke and something sweet, maybe perfume. My hands trembled just looking at it. I had to find out who was behind this before it was too late. Before it took everything from me, my life, my identity, my very self. A sudden buzz from my phone broke the silence. A text from an unknown number. "We need to talk." "Stop looking." My breath caught. The reflection wasn't just an echo in the camera anymore. Someone was watching me. And they wanted me to stop. I locked the door and pulled the curtains tight. Outside, the rain finally began to fall, soft at first, then harder, like the world was washing away the last traces of daylight. But inside, the storm was just beginning. The message blinked on my phone screen, stark and cold. "We need to talk." "Stop looking." I stared at it, breath shallow, the faint hum of the city leaking through the cracked window like a distant, indifferent audience. The night had folded in around me, thick and heavy, and with that text, the walls seemed to close tighter. I wanted to throw the phone across the room, but my fingers froze. Instead, I just sat there, the jacket draped over the chair like a silent accusation. Who was watching me? I glanced again at the jacket, the faint scent of smoke and something sweet, maybe lavender or jasmine, still clinging to the fabric. It wasn't mine. Never had been. It had appeared, somehow, in my apartment, as if the reflection had stepped through the screen and left a trace behind. My hands trembled, not from cold, but from the knot of dread tightening in my gut. I should have left. Gone somewhere far, anywhere but here. But the idea of running felt stupid. I'd already seen myself, them out there, moving on their own. There was no escape. Not yet. I unlocked the phone and typed back. Who is this? No reply. I sat in the dark, the low buzz of the street lamp outside flickering, casting uneven shadows on the peeling plaster walls. The air smelled faintly of mildew and something metallic, like old pennies. My throat went dry. I wanted answers, but I was terrified of what they might look like. At some point, I realized I'd been holding my breath. I exhaled slowly, feeling the cool air slide down my lungs. The apartment felt alien now, every creak in the old pipes, every distant car door slam seemed amplified. It was as if the building itself was holding its breath, waiting to see what I'd do next. I pulled the jacket close, fingers clutching the rough fabric. Then I opened my laptop again and went back to the security footage. I needed to understand this, who was living behind the lens, moving like me but not me. The video played, grainy and dim. My reflection appeared on the screen, but it wasn't a reflection at all. It was someone else. Someone perfect and wrong at the same time. I rewound to an earlier clip, watching the figure carefully. It moved with purpose, but the actions were wrong. They didn't match my routines. There were moments when it paused, looked directly into the camera, and smiled. Not like me. A cold, knowing smile that sent a shiver down my spine. Then I noticed something new. The figure wasn't just mimicking me, it was learning. A sudden sharp knock on the door made me jump. My heart hammered against my ribs as I stared at the door. Another knock, louder this time. Who is it? I called, voice cracking. No answer. The knocking stopped. Silence. Then the faint sound of footsteps retreating down the hallway. I crossed the room and peered through the peephole. No one. Just the empty corridor, stained linoleum floors reflecting the dim emergency light. I backed away slowly, every nerve alert. The jacket seemed heavier in my hands. I considered calling someone, but the phone felt useless. Whoever sent the text was already inside the building's network somehow. I was trapped, watched. I sat back down, rubbing my temples. I had to figure this out before I lost everything. The next morning, I woke with a headache and a dry mouth. The city outside was already alive, cars honking somewhere, a dog barking in the distance, the faint clatter of a garbage truck. Light filtered through the curtains, tracing lazy patterns on the floor. But the apartment felt colder, more hollow. I checked my phone. No new messages. I forced myself out of bed and made coffee. The bitter taste grounded me, if only slightly. I paced the apartment, rehearsing what I might do next. Call the police. Tell a friend? But who would believe me? The idea of explaining that my mirror image was living a secret life was absurd. I pulled open the jacket's pocket. Inside, folded carefully, was a small slip of paper. My breath caught as I read the scrawled words. You are not safe here. Meet me where it began. No address, no name. Just that. I dropped the paper on the table and stared at it, fingers trembling. Where had it begun? The question echoed in my mind, sharp and accusing. I thought back. The old office building, the security cameras, the reflection's first appearance. That was where it had started. But why? And who would want to do this to me? I glanced at the clock. It was almost noon. I knew I couldn't ignore the message. Whatever this was, it had crossed a line. There was no going back to normal. Not anymore. I grabbed my coat and the jacket from the chair, stuffing them into a bag. The scent of smoke clung to my fingers even then. Outside, the air, cold and heavy with silence, was colder than I'd expected, biting at my cheeks as I locked the door behind me. The hallway was empty, the usual hum dampened by the overcast sky. My footsteps echoed off the concrete walls as I made my way to the subway station. Every few steps, I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see the reflection following, but there was only the dull gray blur of commuters and the distant rumble of trains. On the train, the fluorescent lights flickered intermittently, buzzing low. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass, watching the city blur past. The message repeated in my mind, meet me where it began. I thought about the building again. It was abandoned now, condemned after the company folded last year. No one was supposed to be inside. But if that's where the reflection came from, maybe that's where I'd find answers. I arrived earlier than planned, the streets eerily quiet. The building loomed ahead, windows dark and cracked, graffiti covering the lower walls. A cold wind pushed through the broken entrance, carrying the scent of damp earth and rust. I hesitated at the threshold. The place felt wrong, like it held its breath. The faintest creak echoed inside, wooden beams settling, or maybe footsteps. I swallowed hard, the taste of metal sharp on my tongue. I stepped inside. The air was thick with dust and decay. My shoes crunched on shattered glass, the sound loud in the empty space. Faint light filtered through holes in the ceiling, casting long shadows that moved with me. I pulled out my phone, flashlight mode on, scanning the walls. There were marks, scratches, symbols carved into the plaster. I recognized the pattern immediately. It was the same symbol I'd seen on the reflection's jacket patch. A circle with a broken line through it. Shadows stretched long across the walls as the house whispered secrets only the night could hear. A shiver ran down my spine. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. Another message from the unknown number. Look behind you. I spun around, heart pounding. Empty hallway. Just the echo of my own breath. Then a sound. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Coming closer. I wanted to run, but my feet felt rooted. The weight of the jacket in my bag was suddenly unbearable, as if it was pulling me back. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then a voice, low and calm, whispered from the darkness. Did you think you'd be the one in control? I didn't answer. I couldn't. The reflection wasn't just a copy. It was a shadow, a parasite feeding on everything I was. And now, it was waiting. The point of no return had come. I had crossed into a game I didn't understand, with stakes I couldn't afford to lose. And I was alone. The circle with the broken line, it was still fresh in my mind, stuck like a splinter beneath my skin. I crouched closer to the wall, fingertips brushing the rough plaster, feeling the jagged edges of the carving. The symbol wasn't just random graffiti. It was a mark, a signature of someone who had been here before me. Someone who wanted to be found or maybe to warn me off. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste lingering at the back of my throat. The air inside the building was thick, heavy with dust and something else, something sour, like old sweat and forgotten memories. My flashlight's beam trembled as I swept it across the cracked floor, the shards of glass catching the light and throwing fractured rainbows onto the ceiling. Shadows wavered, almost alive, as if the building itself was breathing beneath the weight of silence. A creak sounded, soft, deliberate, somewhere behind me. I froze. My breath caught in my chest. The sound was too steady to be the settling of wood. Footsteps, maybe, but slow, calculated. I turned, shining the light toward the far corner where darkness pooled like spilled ink. Nothing moved. Just silence. Complete silence. The hairs at the nape of my neck prickled. I wanted to tell myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks. But the truth was, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I pressed deeper into the room, every step cautious, deliberate. My phone's screen glowed faintly, the only other source of light besides the flashlight. The smell grew sharper, more pungent, something metallic, like old blood mixed with rust. Then I saw it. A door, half hidden behind a fallen beam, its paint chipped and peeling. The symbol was etched again, smaller this time, just above the handle. My fingers trembled as I reached out and touched it. The plaster was cold, gritty beneath my skin. Before I could think better of it, I twisted the handle. The door gave way with a low groan, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling downward. The air that escaped was colder, damp, carrying hints of mold and decay. I hesitated. But my reflection, had led me here. It had to mean something. I stepped inside. The stairs creaked underfoot, each step a protest in the oppressive silence. The walls closed in, damp and rough, pressing against me like the weight of something unseen. The beam of my flashlight flickered, shadows dancing crazily along the stone walls. The scent of earth and rot thickened. My throat tightened, every breath a rasp. Halfway down, I stopped. A faint scuffling sound echoed below, just at the edge of hearing. My pulse stuttered. I strained to listen. Was it footsteps? Or something else? I swallowed the lump in my throat and moved again, slower now, senses hyper-alert. The stairs ended in a small cellar, barely big enough to turn around in. The beam landed on a table cluttered with scraps of paper, photographs, and a battered tape recorder. On one wall, hastily pinned notes and Polaroids formed a chaotic collage. Faces blurred, places unknown. But one photo caught my eye. Me. Not the me I knew, but the version from the footage. The reflection. Smiling in a way I never did, standing with a group of people I didn't recognize. I crouched, stomach twisting. Why was I here? Why was this version of me living this secret life, hidden beneath the city's skin? The tape recorder clicked on suddenly, startling me. My heart leapt into my throat. The voice was low, distorted, but unmistakably mine. They watch. Always watching. I'm not safe. Not here. Not anywhere. The tape hissed, crackled. Then silence. I pressed play again, hand shaking. The next words were clearer. Trust no one. Especially not yourself. The hairs on my arms stood on end. I dropped the recorder, the thud echoing in the tiny room. My hands trembled uncontrollably. I wiped sweat from my brow, tasting it salty, bitter. A noise behind me made me spin. There, in the shadowed corner, a figure emerged. Not quite a stranger, but not me either. Someone who had been living this hidden life, wearing my face like a mask. His eyes, sharp, calculating, locked onto mine. A slow, cold smile spread across his lips. "Finally," he said. "You found me." I backed toward the stairs, every instinct screaming to run. But my legs felt like lead. The air was thick, suffocating. "Who are you?" I managed, voice barely a whisper. He stepped forward, hands raised, not in threat, but as if to calm me. "You don't remember, do you? The real you. The one beneath all this noise." I shook my head, confusion crashing over me. "I don't understand." He sighed, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones heavy with something like regret. "You wanted to disappear. To escape. So I took over. To live your life while you hid." A shiver ran down my spine. "You're lying." No, his voice was steady. "Look around. The clues, the tapes, they're mine. Or rather, they were yours. You left them for me. For yourself." I swallowed, heart pounding. Was it possible? Had I created this other me? Or was this some twisted person who had stolen my identity? The room seemed to close in tighter. My breath came fast, shallow. The weight of years of secrets pressed down on me. He moved closer, the faint scent of tobacco and something sharp, clean linen, wafting over me. "You have a choice now. Let me continue, or take back your life. But be warned, the truth isn't pretty." I swallowed hard, voice cracking. "What do you want from me?" "Nothing," he said, almost gently. "Except for you to remember who you really are." The flickering light overhead sputtered, plunging us into near darkness. For a moment, I couldn't see him at all. Then, in the dim glow, his face was gone, replaced by mine. But not mine. The reflection was perfect, too perfect. My breath caught. The room tilted. A faint humming vibrated through the floorboards, unnoticed but persistent. I wasn't sure if I was losing my mind, or if the reflection was about to swallow me whole. The tape recorder crackled again from the table, voice whispering just beyond understanding. I had to get out. But the stairs behind me were gone. Silence. Complete silence. And then, a slow, deliberate laugh echoing from everywhere and nowhere all at once. The flickering light sputtered one last time before plunging the room into near darkness. I stood frozen, breath shallow, the faint scent of tobacco and that odd, clean linen smell still hanging between us. Then, just as my eyes adjusted, his face, my face, was gone. Replaced by mine. Not mine, really. Too perfect. Too still. I swallowed hard, the room tilting on its axis, and the weight of it all pressed down like cold stone. I didn't know how long I stood there, caught between disbelief and something darker, an ache that settled deep in my chest. When the lights finally steadied, he was gone. The silence that followed was thick, almost suffocating. I wanted to call out, but my throat had dried up, my voice trapped behind a wall I couldn't break through. Outside, the world kept turning. The faint hum of a distant car, the soft rustling of leaves in the night breeze, a dog barking far away. Life pushed on, indifferent to the fracture inside my own. I sank onto the floor, back against the cold wall, and let my thoughts spiral. Who was that? Him. Me. Or someone else, a fractured self I'd buried so deep I refused to see. The tapes, the clues, they were mine, or had been. Left like breadcrumbs for a version of myself I didn't even know existed. The next morning was gray and heavy, the kind of day where the sunlight feels filtered through a veil of uncertainty. I woke with a dull ache behind my eyes, the remnants of last night's encounter clinging to my skin like a second layer. The apartment was silent, except for the faint hum of the refrigerator and the distant city sounds filtering through cracked open windows. I poured coffee, its bitter warmth grounding me, but the taste was muted, the aroma hollow. I kept glancing at the security system screen, half expecting to see that other me staring back, smirking with some cryptic message. But the screen was blank, empty. I knew I had to face it. Whatever that was. The person or thing that had been living behind the lens, tracing my life with eerie precision. I dug through the old tapes again, each reel a thread pulling me deeper into a tangled web I hadn't wanted to unravel. Hours passed. The images blurred, faces and places overlapping, but the moments where my reflection moved independently remained a silent scream frozen in time. I remembered the words he said, "You have a choice now. Let me continue, or take back your life." The way he spoke wasn't threatening. It was almost mournful, like he was pleading with me to remember, to reclaim something lost. I wasn't sure I wanted to, but I had no choice. I reached out to a friend I hadn't seen in years, someone I trusted, maybe. Sarah. She was a psychologist, pragmatic, grounded. The kind of person who would listen without judgment and maybe help me untangle the knot inside my head. When she arrived that afternoon, the air felt heavier. The way the sunlight fell through the blinds seemed too sharp, slicing through the dust motes like needles. She looked at me, her eyes narrowing just a bit. "Are you sure you're okay?" she asked, voice low, cautious. I shrugged. I'm not sure what okay means anymore. We sat in the living room, coffee cups warming our hands. I told her about the tapes, the reflection, the man or me who claimed the clues were mine. She listened, nodding slowly, occasionally jotting notes on her tablet. "Have you considered that this might be a dissociative state?" she said carefully. "Some kind of coping mechanism? Your mind creating a separate persona to deal with trauma?" I thought about it, the years of numbness, the nights I couldn't sleep, the moments I couldn't explain. It made sense. It was terrifying, but it made sense. "I don't know who I am anymore," I confessed. Or if I ever really did. Sarah reached out, placing a hand on mine. "You're still you. But maybe some parts of you have been hiding." Days blurred into one another. I started therapy sessions with Sarah, peeling back layers I had long ignored. The tapes became less about horror and more about clues leading inward. The reflection wasn't some sinister doppelgänger. It was a fractured self, a shadow of memories and regrets. One evening, while watching the security footage again, I noticed something new. Small details I missed before, the way the reflection hesitated before certain actions, the moments of silence stretched too long, like it was waiting for permission. I realized then that I didn't have to choose between me and him. I could integrate those fractured pieces. Take back control. It wasn't easy. There were nights when the reflection's image haunted my dreams, a silent echo demanding recognition. But slowly, the fear loosened its grip. The apartment felt different now. Less like a trap and more like home. The flickering light fixed itself, steady and sure. The scent of tobacco faded, replaced by the comforting smell of fresh coffee and old books. I started leaving the security system off, trusting my own eyes and instincts again. The footage became a tool, not a prison. One afternoon, I found myself standing in front of the mirror, studying my reflection. The face staring back was familiar, but there was a softness there now, an acceptance. I whispered, "I'm here." The reflection didn't smirk or move independently. It simply mirrored me, steady and true. I wasn't replaced. I was reclaimed. The truth wasn't pretty, as he warned. It was messy, complicated, and filled with shadows. But it was mine. And for the first time in a long time, that was enough. Outside, the city buzzed with life, indifferent but alive. And so was I. Story 5, Radiant Roots, when Flora takes control. The was constant. I sat in my workstation, the cracked linoleum beneath my boots cool but rough, the air stale with a faint metallic tang that never quite went away. It smelled like the inside of a closed-up locker, old sweat, rust, and something chemical I couldn't name. The ventilation system coughed and wheezed somewhere overhead, ruffling dried leaves of a dying fern near the window. The plant was a stubborn thing, green in patches despite the dull winter light filtering through grimy panes. Routine. That was the word to hold on to. Routine made this place bearable. I double-checked the readings on my monitor, eyes scanning the steady stream of data from the sensors embedded in various sections of the facility. Radiation levels were nominal, as usual. The plants were supposed to be harmless, even useful bioremediators, the scientists called them. Years of exposure had made them grow faster, stronger, but nobody expected what came next. I rubbed my temples and glanced at the clock. 6:30. Morning, if you could call it that. The corridors outside my lab were silent except for the occasional clink of distant pipes and a faint drip from somewhere below. I tried to focus on the report I needed to finish, but the words blurred together. My hands trembled slightly as I sipped from my flask, a bitter, warming burn that had become my morning ritual. "Hey, you alright?" The voice startled me. It was Mara from the maintenance crew, her tone casual but with an edge of something I couldn't place. She stopped at the door, wiping her hands on a rag. "Yeah, just tired." I forced a smile, though it didn't reach my eyes. Long night with the monitors. She stepped inside, glancing around the cluttered space. "You know, you're the only one who still sits here after shift change. Most people bolt. Something about the air in here." "Air's fine," I said, but even to my own ears it sounded hollow. I knew what she meant, though. The facility had a feeling now, like a breath held too long. Mara shook her head. "I swear, those plants are creeping everywhere. Found roots tangled in the chillers again. That's the third time this week." I nodded slowly. "They're adapting. Faster than we thought." She frowned. "Adapt or take over? Sometimes it feels like they're watching." I laughed, but it was brittle. "Plants don't watch, Mara." She gave me a sidelong look. "Maybe not. But the ventilation's been acting up, and the water's got a funny taste." "You noticed?" I hesitated. The taste was subtle, but there. A faint bitterness that left a dry scratch on my tongue. I chalked it up to leftover chemicals or old pipes. But now I wasn't sure. "I'll run some tests," I said, though doubt crept in with the words. The idea of plants invading the ventilation and water systems sounded ridiculous. Yet, the data had been behaving strangely, small fluctuations here and there, nothing alarming, but odd. Mara smiled, a quick flash. "Good. Because if the plants start telling each other what to do, well, I don't want to be around when that happens." Her words hung between us, half joke, half omen. I wanted to tell her she was being dramatic, but the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, felt colder suddenly, the shadows deeper. Later, alone again, I wandered down the hall toward the water treatment area. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting intermittent pools of harsh white. The smell changed damp earth and something faintly sweet, like overripe fruit left too long. I stopped, hand on the rough, cold metal of the pipe. Moisture clung to the surface, but beneath it, I thought I heard something, a soft, almost imperceptible clicking. I pressed my ear closer. Nothing. Or maybe just the echo of my own breath. The plant samples I collected showed increased chemical activity, complex signals, too intricate for simple survival. It was as if they were communicating, coordinating. But what did that mean for me? For the facility? For the fragile hold we had on this place? I turned back toward the lab, a sudden tightness in my chest. The hum in the vents seemed sharper now, like whispered conversations just out of reach. I swallowed hard, tasting the bitterness again, and wondered how long it would be before the plants claimed more than just space. The door to the lab creaked as I pushed it open. Inside, the faint glow of the monitors seemed less reassuring. Outside, somewhere beyond the cracked windows, a dog barked, sharp, urgent. Control. Survival. Words I used too casually until now. I wasn't sure which was slipping away first. The hum of the machines was irregular, as if struggling against some unseen force. I stepped closer to the console, fingers trembling as I scanned the data streaming across the screen. The oxygen levels were dropping faster than predicted, and the containment protocols were failing. Somewhere deeper in the facility, a low rumble echoed, a subtle reminder that the earth itself was shifting beneath us. Panic clawed at the edges of my mind, but I forced it down. There was still time. If I could just isolate the source, maybe, just maybe, I could buy us a few more hours. Outside, the plants pressed harder against the glass, their tendrils twitching like waiting fingers. The next day, continuing from where I left off, the monitor's glow was a weak pulse in the dim lab, flickering like a heartbeat struggling to keep pace. I swallowed hard, trying to push down the jitter in my hands. Panic was a loose thread now, threatening to unravel everything. But I needed something concrete, something I could hold on to. The plants. That much was certain. Their tendrils hadn't just been pressing against the glass, they'd found their way inside, into the vents and pipes, twisting and creeping through spaces no one had thought to check. They were more than greenery now. They were communication, movement, a silent takeover. I wiped a bead of sweat off my forehead and pushed back from the console. The hum deepened, settling into a low rumble that vibrated through the floor beneath my boots. The faint, almost imperceptible chemical scent that drifted through the air was growing stronger. Something was off, something I couldn't place. I moved toward the ventilation shaft, the metal grate cold against my fingertips as I pried it open. The air inside was thick, heavy with moisture and a faint, almost sweet odor that made my head swim. There was a slickness on the edges of the ducts, slimy but not unpleasant, like the inside of a mushroom cap after rain. I pulled my jacket tighter around me. I wanted to tell myself it was just mold, or some post-radiation fungus growing unchecked, but I knew better. The plants weren't just growing. They were talking. Chemical signals, probably. I'd read about it in some obscure biology report years ago, how certain species could send messages through their roots, warning of danger or sharing resources. But this was on a whole other level. I crouched down and pulled out my phone, knowing the battery was draining fast but needing to record everything. The screen lit up my face, casting shadows in the corners of the room. I tapped out a quick note, chemical signatures increasing in ventilation, possible plant signaling. Oxygen levels dropping quicker than expected. Need to trace source. Then I heard it. A soft, rhythmic tapping. At first, I thought it was the dog outside. No, this was different. Closer. Beneath the floorboards, maybe? I stood up slowly, every muscle tight. The sound stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I blinked, trying to steady my breathing, but the silence felt heavy, like the moment just before a storm breaks. The door creaked behind me. I whipped around, heart hammering. No one there. I told myself it was the wind, or the building settling. Older facilities did that all the time. But the feeling of being watched didn't fade. It clung to my skin like cold sweat. I needed to find Dr. Harper. If anyone could make sense of this, it was her. She was the only one who'd stayed behind willingly, obsessed with the plants and their mutations ever since the first radiation leak. I found her office 2 floors up, but always quiet except for the faint buzz of emergency lights overhead. The paint was peeling, the plaster rough under my fingertips as I brushed past the walls. The smell of mildew and rust filled the air, mixing with something earthy and raw. I knocked lightly on the door. Dr. Harper? It's me. We need to talk. No answer. I pushed the door open just enough to peek inside. The room was empty, but on the desk, a half-finished coffee sat, cold and bitter. Papers were scattered everywhere, notes, sketches of plant cells, chemical formulas scribbled in frantic handwriting. I stepped inside, my boots echoing softly on the cracked linoleum. I sifted through the papers, a chill creeping down my spine. One sheet caught my eye, a diagram of the ventilation system, marked with strange symbols and a series of annotations about chemical emissions in the air ducts. Dates were recent. Too recent. And then a note, written in Harper's neat script: if this spreads beyond the vents, containment will be impossible. They're not just growing. They're adapting. Communicating. Controlling. Must warn the others. My hands trembled as I read it again. Control. That word echoed in my mind like a warning bell. The plants weren't just a threat to the facility's infrastructure. They were rewriting the rules of survival itself. Suddenly, a faint scraping noise came from the corridor outside. I froze, straining to listen. The sound was deliberate, slow, deliberate, like something or someone was moving just beyond the door. I held my breath, every nerve on edge. The lights flickered, casting the room into brief shadows. The air grew colder, sharper, as if the facility was holding its breath with me. Hello? I called out softly, voice cracking. Is someone there? No reply. The scraping stopped. Then the light steadied. I stepped back into the hallway, eyes starting down the length of the corridor. The silence was suffocating now. I couldn't tell if it was the building, the plants, or my own mind playing tricks. Was I losing my grip? I shook my head. No time for second guessing. I needed to find Harper, and fast. Without her, none of this made sense. The plants were spreading, creeping into every system, twisting their way through the ventilation and water. If they were communicating chemically, then the entire facility was a battleground I couldn't see. Footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Not mine. Someone else was here. Or had been. I moved toward the stairwell, every step sounding louder than it should in the empty halls. The door at the bottom was cracked open, and a cold draft rushed out, carrying with it the same faint chemical scent from the vents. I leaned down, peering into the darkness below. The faint glow of emergency lights flickered on the concrete steps, casting long shadows. And then I saw it on the wall, just below the handrail. A smear of dark, wet-looking residue, like sap but thicker, almost slick. Tendrils of green creeping along the edge of the paint. I swallowed hard and pulled out my phone again, snapping a photo. The screen glowed in the dark stairwell, making the shadows dance. I was closer than I thought. Closer to whatever was taking over. Closer to losing control. I took a deep breath and moved down the stairs, the smell growing stronger, almost intoxicating. My fingers brushed against the cold metal railing, sticky now, and I wiped them on my pants, tasting the faint bitterness on my skin. The facility was changing. Breathing. Watching. and I was running out of time. The cold draft slipped past me like a warning, carrying that faint chemical scent again, sharp, almost sweet, but with a metallic undertone that made my stomach twist. I swallowed hard. There was no turning back now. The door upstairs had slammed shut behind me, the echo lingering longer than it should in a place that was supposed to be abandoned. Silence. Complete silence except for the hum of the ventilation, low and constant, but something felt off. The hum wasn't uniform anymore. It pulsed. Like a heartbeat. I took a slow step forward, then another, the wet residue sticking to the soles of my boots. The walls here were no longer just concrete and peeling paint. Tendrils of green stretched out, snaking along the edges where the walls met the floor, curling into the cracks like they were reaching for something. Or someone. Somehow, it felt deliberate. I was not imagining it. I reached the first landing. The air was heavier here, thicker, almost humid. My breath came out in short bursts. I pulled out my phone, checked the battery, barely 15% left. I needed to find the control room, or at least the ventilation hub. If these plants had found a way to infiltrate the air system, then the entire facility was compromised. I had to understand how deep this went. The stairwell stretched down another 10 steps before turning into a long, narrow corridor. Fluorescent lights overhead flickered sporadically. One buzzed louder than the rest, making me jump. The smell grew stronger, floral but rotten, like jasmine drowned in decay. It clawed at my throat, making me cough. I pressed my hand to the wall, feeling the rough plaster beneath the slick green tendrils. They were warm. Not hot, but alive in a way that didn't belong to anything mechanical or dead. My skin prickled, and I shook my head, trying to clear the creeping unease. I was losing track of what made sense. Then I heard a faint clicking sound coming from the fence above. Not mechanical. More rhythmic. Like Morse code, but slower, deliberate. I stopped and tilted my head, trying to decode the pattern, but it was too irregular. Something was transmitting information through the air system. The plants had evolved beyond simple growth, they were communicating. I whispered, "Hello?" No answer. Just a clicking, like a secret conversation I wasn't meant to overhear. I moved forward, following the corridor's curve. The walls here were covered in more of the residue, patches of dark green spreading like mold but alive, shifting imperceptibly under my gaze. The air tasted metallic now, copper and wet. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand, the skin sticky. The control room was supposed to be at the end of this hall, but the door was gone, just a jagged opening, the frame twisted as if something had pushed through from the inside. I hesitated. My boots made soft thuds on the cement as I stepped through. The room was a mess. Consoles were overturned, screens cracked, wires torn loose and dangling. But what caught my attention was the water filtration system in the corner. Pipes twisted and groaned, and tiny green shoots were bursting from the joints, their tips pulsing faintly with bioluminescent light. I crouched, running my fingers over the pipe. The plants had forced their way into the water supply. They were everywhere. I tried to think back to the early reports, how the radiation had damaged the ecosystem inside the facility. We joked about mutant plants, but this was something else. Something that had adapted, evolved. They weren't just growing, they were strategizing, communicating through chemical signals carried in water and air. Silent and relentless. A sudden noise made me snap upright, a soft scuffling from behind the console. My breath caught. I reached for my phone, flashlight on, scanning the shadows. Nothing. Just the occasional drip of water echoing against the metal floor. "Who's there?" I called out, voice shaky. No response. The scuffling stopped. Silence fell again, but thicker now, like the whole room was holding its breath. I backed toward the door, but the corridor had changed. The jagged opening was partially sealed by thick green vines, moving slowly like living curtains. I could see them pulsate, chemical signals traveling through their stems, invisible waves of control. My pulse hammered in my ears. I was trapped. I fumbled for the radio, hoping to reach anyone at all. Static. Then a crackle. Are you there? This is Dr. Lorne. Facility compromised. Request immediate evac. The transmission cut off, replaced by a low, rhythmic clicking that matched the vents. Someone else was trying to communicate through the plants. I sank against the wall, breathing hard. The plants weren't just a threat to the building. They were rewriting the rules. Control wasn't mine anymore. Survival wasn't about escaping. It was about understanding. The lights flickered violently, and for a moment, the room was bathed in cold blue light, the emergency generator kicking in. Then the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows died completely. Darkness swallowed everything. My phone buzzed in my hand. A message. No sender. Just a string of numbers and letters that made no sense. I stared at it. Then another message. And another. The chemical signals. The water system. The vents. They were all part of the same network. I had stepped into their territory without knowing it. And now, the facility had sealed shut behind me. There was no going back. Only forward. The darkness was absolute. The phone buzzed again. I fumbled with it, my fingers slick with sweat, until the screen lit up. Another string of numbers and letters. No sender. No explanation. Only a silent message from somewhere inside the walls, or maybe the plants themselves. I sat back against the cold concrete, the roughness biting into my skin through the thin shirt. The faint, rhythmic clicking had returned, steady now, like a heartbeat in the pipes. It wasn't mechanical. It was deliberate. Communicating. I told myself it was just a ventilation system, but the timing was too perfect, too intentional. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my shaking hands. I knew what it meant. The plants had learned to talk. Not with words, but with chemical signals, signals that could travel through water and air ducts. They'd rewritten the rules, rewritten the very meaning of control in this place. I pressed my ear against the vent. The clicking grew louder, sharper, almost impatient. Behind that sound was something else, something I couldn't quite place. A faint rustling, like leaves brushing against one another in a breeze. But there was no breeze. No wind anywhere inside this sealed facility. I stood up, the phone still glowing in my palm, and moved toward the central air control panel. If the plants were using the ventilation system, maybe I could intercept their signals or at least shut it down. My fingers trembled as I peeled open the cover, revealing a tangle of wires and sensors coated with a thin layer of grime and green moss. The edges of the moss seemed to pulse faintly, like it was alive in a way that went beyond mere plants. I reached in, pulling out the main circuit board. The moss clung stubbornly, strands curling like fingers. I tried to shake it off, but it was persistent, almost purposeful. The smell hit me then, a sharp, sour tang mixed with damp earth and something metallic, like blood long dried. A soft movement behind me made me freeze. "Hello?" I whispered, voice cracking. No answer. Only the clicking. Faster now. I spun around, heart hammering, eyes straining to penetrate the blackness. The faint outline of a plant pot sat against the wall, leaves slightly twitching as if responding to some unseen signal. I wanted to laugh or scream, but there was no sound. Just the endless ticking. I knew I had to keep moving. The facility was alive in a way I hadn't expected. The plants weren't just growing, they were strategizing, adapting. And I was the outsider in their world, the intruder who didn't understand their language. I backed away from the panel, the phone buzzing again. This time, I noticed something. The numbers and letters weren't random. They formed a pattern, like a code. My mind raced, trying to decipher it. Maybe they're trying to tell me something, I muttered. Or warn me. Another vibration. This message had a pause in it, a break that felt deliberate. I replayed it in my head, trying to match the rhythm to the clicking in the vents. The realization hit me cold. The plants were communicating through the facility's systems. They were using the water pipes to send chemicals, the vents to send sound waves. It was a network, one I'd accidentally tapped into. I glanced down at my hands, grimy now, stained green from touching the moss. The thought made me shudder. What if I'd become part of their system? A carrier for whatever they were spreading? Get a grip, I told myself. You're not infected. Still, the idea stuck like a stone in my gut. I had to find a way out, or at least figure out what they wanted. The corridor outside was pitch black, but I could hear the faint drip of water somewhere nearby. The sound was steady, slow, almost comforting in its regularity. I moved toward it, hoping it would lead to a control room or maybe an exit. As I walked, the clicking grew louder, accompanied now by a faint whispering hiss. I couldn't make out words, just a steady breath, like the facility itself was inhaling and exhaling. I stopped, pressed my back against the wall, trying to steady my breathing. The cold plaster felt strangely reassuring. A memory surfaced, one from earlier, before the power cut out. I heard someone talking on the radio, a voice distorted and panicked, request immediate evac, then silence, then the clicking. Someone else was here. Or had been. Maybe they'd been taken by the plants. Or worse, turned into something else entirely. I shook my head, pushing the thought away. It was too much. I needed facts, not ghost stories. The water pipes rattled, a low hum vibrating through the floor. I crouched beside the nearest access panel and pried it open. Inside, the pipes were slick with a thin layer of slime, faintly glowing in the dim light of my phone. I touched it cautiously. The slime felt oddly warm, almost pulsing beneath my fingers. I pulled back sharply, the taste of metal and something bitter rising in my mouth. The plants were everywhere, inside the water, inside the air, inside the walls. They were the facility now. I forced myself to stand. There was no point in hiding or hesitating. If I stayed put, I'd become part of their network, swallowed whole by this silent, green intelligence. A sudden sound made me jump, a door creaking somewhere down the hall. Not the heavy blast doors, but a smaller one, maybe a maintenance hatch. I strained my eyes, but the darkness swallowed everything. The clicking stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then a faint, deliberate voice came through my phone speaker. Help. It was hoarse, weak, but unmistakable. I swallowed the lump in my throat and whispered back, I'm here. Where are you? No answer. The phone buzzed again, this time with a different message. Not numbers. Letters. Clear words. Trust no one. My skin prickled. Not because of the warning, but because I knew it wasn't from a person. Not really. The plants had learned to manipulate the systems so well, they could mimic voices, send messages, even sound out. They were masters of control now, not through force, but through fear and confusion. I glanced back toward the dark corridor, the faint outline of leaves brushing against the walls like silent sentinels. I had to move forward, but every step felt heavier. The facility was no longer just a building. It was a living maze, and I was its prey. The message repeated in my mind, "Trust no one." And then the lights flickered back on, just for a second, enough to reveal a figure standing at the far end of the hallway. I blinked, trying to focus. The shape was tall, still, watching. I called out, voice steady but low, "Who's there?" No answer. I woke up to the distant hum of the ventilation system, something I hadn't noticed before. It was quieter now, but the sound was different, almost deliberate, like a low murmur threading through the pipes. I lay still, the rough plaster ceiling pressing down on me, my skin prickling as if the very air had shifted overnight. The smell lingered too, faint but unmistakable, earthy, damp, chemical, like the scent of crushed leaves mixed with something metallic and sharp. I swallowed hard. The plants had been silent for so long, but I knew better now. They weren't just growing, they were listening, watching, waiting. I sat up, the mattress groaning beneath me. My hands trembled as I reached for the notebook on the nightstand, fingers fumbling over the worn leather cover. I needed to write it all down, to make sense of what was happening before it unraveled completely. The facility's plants mutated by radiation, yes, but something else had taken root. They'd evolved, their chemical signals streaming through the ventilation and water systems like an invisible web. I'd seen the data, the patterns. It was no longer just survival, it was control. Control. The word felt heavy, like a weight pressing against my ribs. I rubbed my eyes and glanced at the cracked window. Outside, the sky was a pale gray, the kind that promises rain but never delivers. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, sharp and lonely. It reminded me of the quiet I'd lost inside these walls. The facility was no longer a place I owned or understood, it was an organism, breathing, adapting, and I was just a part of its anatomy. I had to confront it. The plants, the system, the entire tangled mess of chemical signals and silent commands. I wasn't sure if I was fighting for control or surrendering to it, but I knew I couldn't stay buried in my own fear any longer. I stood and moved toward the control room down the hall, the floor cool against my bare feet. The fluorescent lights flickered intermittently, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts on the walls. I paused, listening. Nothing but the steady hum and my own ragged breathing. When I reached the panel, the screens glowed dimly, lines of data scrolling in endless, cryptic streams. I tapped a few commands, trying to override the plant systems, to shut down the chemical transmissions. No luck. The interface responded with delays, sluggish and uncooperative. It was as if the plants had infiltrated the software too, silent conspirators in my isolation. That's when the whisper started. Not with words, exactly, but a sensation like something brushing the edge of my mind. The faintest tickle behind my temples, a pulse in the back of my throat. I closed my eyes, and the world spun just a bit. When I opened them, the screens had changed. No longer lines of code, but images. Close-ups of leaves, wet stems glistening with dew, roots twisting through the soil. They looked alive. Too alive. I pulled back, heart hammering. Was I hallucinating? I pinched myself hard, tasting copper on my tongue. No! It was real. I needed air. Fresh air. The ventilation system was tainted, but the east wing had windows. I grabbed my coat, threadbare and stained, and slipped outside. The cold hit me like a slap, sharp and biting in the early morning. I stood on the cracked concrete, the facility looming behind me like a forgotten relic, its metal bones rusting and groaning under the weight of years. The plants were everywhere. Not just inside. Vines crept up the cracked walls, tendrils reaching for the sky, leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The radiation had changed them, yes, but something deeper had happened. The facility had become a garden, but one tended by a gardener I couldn't see. I walked to the edge of the property, the grass crunching underfoot. The air was cleaner here, but I caught a faint bitterness in the breeze, something acrid and unsettling. I shook my head. I was chasing ghosts. Or maybe the ghosts were chasing me. Later, back inside, I found the maps. Blueprints of the facility, detailed and layered. I traced the ventilation shafts, the water pipes, the network through which the plants communicated, silent messengers in a chemical language I was only beginning to understand. The more I studied, the more I realized how deeply the plants had rewritten the meaning of control. I was no longer the master here. I was a guest, an intruder in their silent empire. I sat back, rubbing my hands over my face. Control wasn't a thing to seize anymore. It was a negotiation, a fragile balance between fear and acceptance. I picked up the radio. The crackling voice on the other end startled me. It was Maria, the last other person I heard from in weeks. "Are you there?" she asked, voice shaking. "I think the plants, they're moving again. Not just inside. Outside too." I swallowed the lump in my throat. "I'm here," I said. "I've been trying to understand it. They're communicating through everything." There was a long silence. "Then, do you think we can stop it?" I laughed, a short, humorless sound. "I don't know anymore. Maybe stopping it isn't the point. Then what is? Surviving. On their terms." She sighed, the sound heavy with exhaustion. "I guess that's all any of us can do." After the call, I sat in the dark control room, the plant's silent signals pulsing through the air and pipes. I closed my eyes and listened to the hum, the whisper, the slow, deliberate breathing of this strange ecosystem we created and lost control of. It was a surrender. Not to fear, not to defeat, but to something new. Something that demanded respect. The facility was no longer just a building. It was alive, and so was I, tangled in the roots and signals, learning to coexist. The morning light spilled in through the cracked windows, dust motes dancing like tiny specters in the air. I stood, feeling the weight of years pressing down, but also a strange calm settling over me. I wasn't alone. I never had been. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. I stepped outside again, the cold wind biting but familiar. The plants swayed gently, silent sentinels watching, waiting. I breathed deep, tasting the sharpness of metal and earth and something else, hope, maybe. Control. Survival. They weren't opposites after all. They were the same thing. I walked forward, the path uncertain but mine to take. The facility breathed around me, and I breathed with it. Story 6, Vanished Belongings, Lost Across Realities. The morning light was thin, barely seeping through the threadbare curtains, casting long, pale shadows across the worn wooden floorboards. I blinked. Not there. Frowning, I scanned the small room. The keys usually sat beside the phone, their jangling metallic weight a comforting presence at the start of every day. I ran my fingers over the cluttered surface, the cracked coaster from a cheap diner, a half-empty water glass, a small pile of unopened mail, and still nothing. My keys and phone had vanished overnight. I checked the pockets of my jeans hanging on the chair, the jacket tossed over the back, even the couch cushions. Nothing. The silence in the apartment felt heavier now, thicker somehow, as if the air itself had pulled tight around me. I could taste the dryness at the back of my throat, and the dim light that cast long, Dancing shadows flickered briefly above the kitchen sink, making a soft buzzing sound, then steadied again. Okay, I muttered to myself, trying to sound casual, though my voice came out too loud, too sharp. Maybe I moved them last night. Or left them somewhere dumb. I stood and paced, feet bare against the cold floor. The walls were a dirty cream, peeling ever so slightly near the window frame. Outside, the street was just beginning to fill with the early risers, someone's radio playing faintly through an open door, a child laughing in the distance. Normal sounds. Normal morning. I grabbed my coat and headed out, figuring I'd retrace my steps from the previous day. Maybe I dropped them at the corner grocery store or the coffee shop down the block. The air was crisp, the smell of wet asphalt mixing with burnt leaves from last autumn. I pulled my coat tighter around me, the zipper catching on the fabric. At the bodega, the clerk recognized me, nodding without a word as I scanned the counter and the floor. No keys. No phone. I asked about anything turned in but got a shake of the head. Sorry, nothing, he said, his voice thick with a local accent. I thanked him, my throat tight. By midday, the whole thing felt like a joke I wasn't in on. I called my own number from the landline at work, watching the phone ring and ring, knowing the ringer was off but hoping for some sign. Nothing. That's when I noticed a message blinking on my computer screen, an email from a number I didn't recognize. The subject line reads simply, "Look closer." My hands trembled as I opened it. The message contained only a photograph. I stared at the grainy image, trying to make sense of it. It was my keys and phone, sitting on a bench in a park I'd never seen before. The sunlight in the photo was harsh, casting sharp shadows beneath the bench slats. The grass around was a bright, unnatural green, like early spring after a long winter. The location was miles from my apartment, in a part of the city I didn't visit or even know well. I blinked again, the edges of the photo blurring as if I'd been staring too long. My mind raced. Had I gone there? I couldn't remember. The thought made my stomach twist. If I had, why couldn't I recall it? And who had taken the picture? I closed the email, but the image stuck in my mind, like a splinter beneath the skin. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was some prank. Maybe a friend or someone who knew my routine too well. But the more I thought about it, the more the familiar rhythms of my day felt off-kilter. Like I was moving through a shadow of my own life. Back at the apartment, I double-checked the locks on the door and windows. Everything was intact, no signs of forced entry. Still, the feeling of being watched lingered, subtle but persistent. The kind of feeling that makes your skin crawl without anything obvious to point to. I turned on the radio to fill the silence, but the static seemed louder than usual, and the voices from the morning talk show sounded distant, muffled like they were underwater. I made myself a cup of tea but left it untouched, the warm steam rising in lazy spirals, the scent of chamomile barely cutting through the tension in the air. My hands paused over the mug, fingers twitching. I glanced at the clock. The day was slipping away, and I was no closer to finding my keys or phone or understanding what was happening. I sat back down, pulling the blanket tighter around my shoulders. The apartment felt smaller now, like the walls were inching closer with every passing minute. I tried to focus on the mundane, the peeling paint, the creak of the floorboards, the faint hum of the refrigerator. But the silence stretched, oppressive. Before I knew it, my phone buzzed on the kitchen counter. I jumped, heart hammering. The screen lit up with an unfamiliar number. I stared at it, breath catching. With trembling fingers, I answered. "Hello?" A pause. Then a voice, soft, deliberate. "You're looking for these." The line went dead. I stared at the receiver, my heartbeat loud in my ears. Slowly, I turned toward the window. The street outside was empty, the sun dipping lower, casting long shadows that twisted like dark fingers against the pavement. Somewhere far off, a dog barked once, twice, then silence. Complete silence. I pressed the button to call back, but the line only buzzed with static. The line went dead, and the silence that followed was worse than any noise. I stared out at the street, now swallowed by dusk. The shadows stretched long and thin, almost reaching inside my apartment. The dog's bark echoed again somewhere far away, sharp and lonely. My throat tightened. I wasn't sure if I wanted to hear more or less. I couldn't just sit there. Not after that call. It was nearly midnight, but the city never really slept. Streetlights flickered, casting their uneven glow across cracked sidewalks and the peeling paint of my building's brick facade. The air smelled faintly of rain, or maybe just the dampness left behind after the afternoon drizzle. I pulled on a jacket over my pajamas and grabbed a flashlight from the drawer. The one with the flickering bulb. It was the only one left after my last apartment's power outage. I wasn't sure why I felt the need to carry light with me, but it felt necessary, as if the dark had teeth. I started writing everything down. Every detail I could remember about the disappearing keys and phone. Times, places, sensations. The physical sensations. How my hands had gone clammy the first morning I noticed the keys missing, or how the phone screen felt unusually cold the moment it reappeared in some random spot miles away. I needed a baseline, something concrete to hold onto other than the gnawing suspicion that I was unraveling. I pulled out my laptop and began mapping the locations where my keys and phone had turned up. None of them were anywhere near my usual routes. Some were in neighborhoods I'd never visited, others on street corners I'd only seen in passing photos or news articles. That part didn't make sense. If someone was staging this, why not drop my things somewhere familiar? Unless this wasn't just about inconvenience. The phone buzzed again. This time, it was a text from an unknown number. Look closer. No punctuation. No explanation. I stared at the screen like it might offer a clue if I looked long enough. I didn't know what closer meant, but I had a sinking feeling it wasn't an invitation for a friendly visit. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. Should I reply? Ask who it was? My thumb trembled. I didn't. Instead, I grabbed my coat and stepped outside. The night air was colder than I expected, biting at the edges of my skin. The street lamp closest to my building flickered erratically, casting a stuttering light across the cracked concrete. I walked toward the place where the last set of keys had appeared that morning, the small park bench on Elm and Fifth, a place I had no reason to visit but now felt uncomfortably familiar. The walk was quiet except for the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of a late-night bus. When I reached the bench, the world felt too still. No cars passed. No footsteps. Just the subtle creak of the bench under the weight of invisible occupants. I ran my hand over the rough wooden slats. The texture was weathered, splintered in places. I sniffed the air. There was a faint smell of wet earth, something like moss and something else, something metallic, almost like the faintest hint of iron. Then I noticed it, a tiny piece of paper tucked beneath the bench's armrest. It was folded small, edges worn. I pulled it out carefully, my breath catching. The paper was blank on the outside. Inside, a single word was written in neat, deliberate handwriting. Watch. I folded it back and slipped it into my pocket. The hairs on my neck prickled, and I realized I'd been holding my breath. The chill in the air seeped deeper, settling in my bones. I looked around. Shadows pulled beneath the street lamps, thick and unmoving. Nothing stirred. I hurried back home, the weight of that note heavy in my pocket. Inside, the apartment felt claustrophobic again. The walls seemed to lean in, their cracks and stains suddenly menacing. I locked the door, double-checked the deadbolt, and drew the curtains tight. My reflection stared back from the window, eyes wide and restless. I sat down at the kitchen table and pulled out the notebook where I'd been tracking everything. I wrote the word watch in capital letters, underlined twice. My hand shook. I wanted to believe it was a prank, some elaborate joke by a stranger with too much time and too little sense, but the pieces didn't fit. Every day my things disappeared. Every day they showed up somewhere I didn't go. And now this. I tried to call my friend Jess. She was the only person I trusted with this, to explain, to sound the alarm, or just to hear a voice that wasn't mine. The phone rang twice before she picked up. "Hey," she said, voice groggy. "What's up?" "It's late." I don't know." "Something's wrong," I said, swallowing hard. "My keys and phone keep disappearing. They show up miles away. And tonight, I got a weird message. A note that says watch. I don't know what to do." There was a long pause. "That sounds really bad," she said finally. "Are you okay? Are you sure you're not just stressed out? Maybe you misplaced them?" I laughed, a short, bitter sound. "No, I'm not losing it, Jess. I've been tracking everything. It's too precise. Too consistent." "Okay," she said, voice steadying. "Have you thought about calling the police?" I hesitated. I don't know if they'd take me seriously. No forced entry, no theft. Just things vanishing and turning up elsewhere. "Still," she pressed, "if someone's messing with you, maybe it's time." I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. "Maybe." We talked a little longer, and she promised to come by the next day. I hung up and sat in the silence, the apartment suddenly too loud with the creaks and hums of a place that felt less like home than a cage. Then, my phone buzzed again. The screen lit up with an incoming message from the same unknown number. "Not everything is lost." I stared at the words, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. If whoever was doing this wanted to play games, I was already losing. A sudden noise startled me, a soft tapping at the window. I froze. The curtains were closed, but I could hear the tapping again, rhythmic and deliberate. My breath hitched. I moved slowly, heart hammering, and pulled the curtain aside just a crack. Nothing. The street below was empty, the pavement slick from earlier rain. A breeze rattled a loose shutter across the alley. I let the curtain fall back. I locked the windows again. The phone buzzed once more. "Tomorrow." I swallowed hard, staring at the screen as the words glowed in the dim light. Tomorrow. A promise? A threat? I wasn't sure. But I knew one thing. I had to find out who was behind this. Before whatever was coming tomorrow arrived. The night stretched on, long and restless. I wasn't sure if I was ready. But I had no choice. The night didn't end. Not really. I lay in bed, eyes wide open, staring at the cracked ceiling above, trying to make sense of the message on my phone. Tomorrow. The word glowed in the dark like a warning carved into my skin. I couldn't tell if it was a promise or a threat. Maybe both. The tapping at the window had stopped, but the silence that followed was worse, like the quiet before a storm, or the breath held by someone waiting just outside the door. I kept the curtains closed, the window locked tight. I wasn't about to find out if the tapping meant someone was watching me. Not tonight. Morning came unevenly, as mornings do when you don't sleep. My phone was missing. The keys too. the usual void. But this time, I didn't panic immediately. Instead, I sat on the edge of the bed, heart thudding, and thought back to the message. Tomorrow. Today was that tomorrow. Something was supposed to happen, and I wasn't sure if I could stop it. I grabbed my laptop, fingers trembling as I typed unknown number into the search bar. Nothing. No leads, no trace. Just a blank wall. Whoever was behind this was careful, meticulous. I wasn't dealing with some random prankster. By mid-morning, the urge to check was unbearable. The keys and phone, miles away again. This time, they were sitting on a bench in a park I'd never been to, according to the location tag on my laptop's Find My Phone function. A park with an old, rusted carousel. A place I didn't recognize, tucked away in a part of the city I rarely visited. I didn't want to go, but I had to. The pattern was clear now, I couldn't ignore it. If I didn't retrieve my phone, I'd lose all control. No contacts, no maps, no way to prove what was happening. I threw on shoes, grabbed my coat, and headed out into the chill that had settled over the city. The streets were quieter than usual. A few people passed me by with downturned faces, the air smelling faintly of wet asphalt and distant coffee shops. My breath came out in short, visible bursts. The wind tugged at the hem of my jacket. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following. But the shadows stayed empty. I found the park after weaving through a maze of narrow streets. The carousel stood there, its paint peeling, horses frozen mid-gallop. The bench was just beyond, the keys and phone sitting exactly where the map had said. I picked them up with unsteady hands, my skin prickling as if the objects themselves carried a warning. Then I heard it, a voice, low and calm, almost casual, coming from behind the carousel. I see you found them. I froze. The voice was close, but I couldn't see anyone. The wind carried the sound, but not the person. My pulse kicked up a notch. Who's there? I called, trying to keep my voice steady. No answer. Just the soft creak of the carousel turning slightly in the breeze, its rusty gears groaning. I didn't wait to find out if the voice belonged to a stranger or a figment of my fraying nerves. I turned and walked briskly back, phone and keys clutched tightly. The city seemed different on the way back, like I was moving through a mirror that distorted everything familiar. Back in my apartment, I locked the door twice, checked the windows again, and sat down, trying to piece it all together. The voice. The message. The disappearance of my things. This wasn't random. Someone was orchestrating every step. I called my sister, hoping for some grounding, but the line went straight to voicemail. I left a message, voice shaking more than I wanted. If you don't hear from me soon, please, check in. I bit my lip. I wanted to believe this was a game, some twisted prank that would end soon. But the feeling in my gut said otherwise. This was a trap. And I was already caught. The afternoon dragged on. I tried to work, but the screen blurred. Then, a new message appeared on my phone. Same number. You can't run. I stared at the words, a cold sweat breaking out on my neck. The air in the room felt heavier, the shadows longer. I wasn't just being watched anymore. I was being hunted. I thought about leaving the city, getting far away from whatever this was. But if they could move my keys and phone, they could follow. Take what they wanted. I realized then there was no leaving. No escape. Not without losing myself entirely. I sank into the chair by the window, the evening light fading, and heard the faint tapping again. This time, I pulled the curtain back just enough to see a figure standing across the street, half hidden in the gloom. A man. Tall. Still. Watching. Our eyes met. And I knew the point of no return had come. The man's gaze held something unreadable, neither menace nor mercy, just an unsettling certainty. I swallowed, heart pounding, as the street lamps flickered on behind him, casting long shadows that stretched toward me like dark fingers. A sudden impulse urged me to run, but my limbs felt rooted to the spot. The tapping resumed, louder now, echoing inside my skull. It wasn't just a sound anymore, it was a summons. Whatever this was, it demanded my attention and my compliance. There was no turning back. He stepped closer, the outline of his face sharpening in the dim light. "You know why I'm here," he said quietly. "You know why I'm here," he said quietly. I started, but the words caught in my throat. My hands trembled, pressing against the window frame, the rough wood grain biting into my skin. He took a step closer, and the dim street lamp caught the side of his face. Sharp cheekbones, a faint scar tracing a jagged line near his temple. I'd never seen him before, but the certainty in his eyes was familiar, like a shadow lurking just beyond memory. "Why? What do you want from me?" My voice was barely a whisper, the silence between us thickening, pressing in. He didn't answer right away. Instead, his gaze dropped to the street below, watching the slow crawl of an old delivery van. The tapping noise, the one that had drawn me to the window, had stopped. The city around us felt too quiet, like it was holding its breath. "I'm not the one taking your things," he said finally. "But I am the one who's been watching you." Watching. The word echoed inside my head. Watching. Not a stalker. Not a kidnapper. Watching. Like a scientist observing an experiment with clinical detachment. "What experiment?" I demanded, voice sharper than I intended. "Who are you?" He shifted, his coat rustling softly in the cool air. "Someone who knows what happens when time disappears." I swallowed hard, the cold air catching in my throat. "You mean the missing hours? The keys and phone?" He nodded. "You're not losing time. You're being made to lose time." That notion, that I was being manipulated, made my stomach twist. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs locked in place. I forced myself to breathe, deep and steady, though the panic was clawing up my spine. "Why me?" I whispered, voice cracking. "Why my apartment? Why my life?" He looked at me then, eyes narrowing. "Because you've seen something you shouldn't have. Something that's dangerous to certain people." I shook my head. "I don't understand. I haven't seen anything. I'm just a person trying to live." The man exhaled, and for a moment, his shoulders sagged with a weariness that made me suddenly pity him. Then he straightened again. "Tonight, you'll find out. When your things show up again." A chill ran through me. The last time my keys and phone disappeared, they reappeared hours later, miles away, in a place I'd never been. Like a breadcrumb trail I was supposed to follow. Did he expect me to follow it tonight? To walk blindly into whatever trap waited for me? I stepped back from the window, the weight of his stare still heavy on my skin. "What if I don't want to play your game?" His lips twitched, almost a smile. "You don't get to choose anymore." Then he turned, melting into the shadows across the street. The street lamp flickered again, casting his figure into darkness before he vanished completely. Silence. Complete silence. I sank into the chair by the window, hands clenched into fists on my knees. The apartment felt colder now, the dim light from the street lamp barely touching the corners where shadows gathered like old memories. I tried to steady my breathing, but the tapping resumed, softer this time, more insistent. I didn't move. The hours stretched thin. My mind spiraled through every possible scenario, every way this could end badly. The keys and phone, their disappearance wasn't random. It was a message. A summons. Morning came with a heavy, gray sky. The light was thin and unwelcoming, casting a sickly pallor over everything. I forced myself out of bed, every muscle aching from the night's tension. My phone was missing again, the keys nowhere in sight. I knew the drill. The search would begin. The calls to the police, the silent hope someone would believe me, the endless, creeping dread of what I might find. Then the notification pinged an email from an address I didn't recognize. Subject, follow the path. Attached was a photo. My apartment building, but the angle was from above, as if taken from a drone. And then another message, you're closer than you think. My hands trembled as I stared at the screen. Closer to what? Closer to who? I remembered the man's face, the certainty in his eyes. He wasn't just a bystander. He was part of this. Part of whatever twisted game had taken over my life. I needed answers. Desperation pushed me out the door, into the cold morning air. The city smelled of wet pavement and exhaust fumes, a sharp contrast to the stale apartment behind me. The streets buzzed with indifferent strangers, none aware of the fracture running through my reality. I kept my phone off, keys tucked deep in my jacket pocket just in case. Hours later, I found myself standing in front of a nondescript warehouse on the edge of town. The place felt wrong, too quiet, too still. No delivery trucks, no workers. Just the faint hum of electricity and the distant wail of sirens somewhere far away. I glanced down in my pocket. The keys were there. My phone, too. Both had appeared suddenly this morning, right before I left. I hesitated. The building loomed, a hulking shadow against the pale sky. I could turn back. Walk away. Pretend none of this was happening. But I didn't. Inside, the air was stale and thick with dust. The floor creaked beneath my feet. I moved slowly, senses on high alert. Every sound a drip of water, the shuffle of my shoes felt magnified. The walls seemed to press inward, the silence heavy. Then a voice. Calm. Unhurried. Welcome. I whipped around, heart in my throat. The man from last night stood in the doorway, framed by the dim light behind him. No smile this time. Just that cold, unreadable expression. I wanted you to find this place, he said. I swallowed, trying to find words. Why? Because it's time you saw the truth. About the missing hours. About what's really happening. I took a step back. You mean the disappearances? The things taken from me? He nodded. Yes. And no. What's been taken isn't just your keys or phone. It's your sense of safety. Your sense of control. I clenched my fists. Who are you working for? He smiled, faint and bitter. Nobody. I'm just another piece in this puzzle. A warning, if you want to call it that. Something in his tone made my skin crawl. This wasn't about helping me. It was about control. Power. Fear. Why show me this now? I asked. Because if you don't understand what you're up against, you'll never survive it. A sudden noise, a soft metallic click, made me spin around. A door at the back of the warehouse creaked open. Shadows spilled into the room. I wasn't alone. The tapping started again, louder now, echoing through the cavernous space. My heart slammed, breath catching in my chest. Stay calm, the man said, his voice low. They're watching. Waiting. Who? I demanded, voice trembling. His eyes darkened. Rain tapped steadily against the cracked window, a steady rhythm that seemed to echo the slow, creeping dread filling the room. I wanted to run, to scream, to disappear. But my legs refused. I was trapped in this terrible, silent theater. The tapping grew faster, more urgent. The shadows shifted. The air thickened. And then I saw them, figures emerging from the gloom. Faces obscured, bodies blending into the darkness. No tool. No violence. Just a cold, unyielding presence. I swallowed hard. My mind raced. This wasn't about physical harm. It was something worse. Control. Manipulation. The theft of my reality. The man stepped forward. You'll have to make a choice. Comply or be erased. Erased? I echoed, disbelief and terror twisting inside me. He nodded. Your memories. Your connections. Your identity. The tapping reached a frantic crescendo, pounding against my skull like a warning bell. I thought of. The shadows shifted, folding into the cracked doorway like spilled ink. I blinked, trying to adjust to the dim light, heart still hammering against my ribs. The man's voice, low, steady, cut through the thick silence. They're watching. Waiting. Who? The word came out rough, uneven. His eyes darkened, a flicker of something unreadable passing through them. People who don't want you to understand. People who thrive on keeping others in the dark. He stepped back, blending into the gloom. You have to decide, fight or fade away. But whatever you do, don't let them erase you. I swallowed hard, the weight of his words pressing down like concrete. The metallic click echoed again, then footsteps, slow, deliberate, approaching from the corridor. I pressed my back against the cold wall, feeling the plaster rough against my skin, the faint smell of damp concrete mixing with stale air. The tapping grew louder. Closer. Then, the door swung wide. Two figures appeared, faces obscured beneath hoods. The man who'd spoken was gone. I was alone. I didn't run. I couldn't. My legs felt rooted to the spot, nerves unraveling in slow motion. The taller figure stepped forward, voice unexpectedly calm. You don't understand what you're dealing with, they said. But you're part of it now. The other remained silent, eyes scanning me, cold, assessing. What do you want? I managed, voice barely above a whisper. They exchanged a glance, then the taller one sighed. Control. Power. Fear. Like you heard. But also, something else. You've seen the keys and phone. The disappearing hours. We're the ones who take them. To keep you off balance. A strange calm settled over me. The explanation was brutal in its simplicity. No ghosts, no supernatural forces, just people, playing a dangerous game. Why me? I asked, voice cracking. Why pick on me? They hesitated. You're not random. You notice things others don't. You resist without knowing it. That's why. It wasn't an answer I wanted, but it was the truth I needed. The second figure spoke for the first time, voice quieter. You can stop this. Walk away. Ignore the disappearances. Pretend it never happened. I shook my head, the taste of bitterness rising like bile. I can't unsee it. Can't unhear the tapping. It's in my head. The taller one stepped closer. then you have a choice. Join us. Learn the rules. Or keep fighting and risk everything. I swallowed again, feeling my hands tremble. Not from fear, no. From exhaustion. From the slow unraveling of a life I thought I understood. Why show me this? I whispered. What's the point? Because, they said, you were never meant to win. But maybe, just maybe, you can survive. They retreated into the shadows, disappearing as quickly as they'd come. The metallic click faded, replaced by silence. Complete silence. I stood there, heart still racing, mind spinning. The warehouse felt emptier somehow, colder. Later, I found my phone and keys in a trash bin 3 miles away, just like always. Except this time, I didn't panic. Not immediately. The next morning, the city hummed outside my window, indifferent to the chaos unraveling in my head. I sat at the kitchen table, cold coffee forgotten beside me, fingers tracing the rim of the mug. The air smelled faintly of rain and exhaust fumes. Somewhere, a dog barked, sharp and urgent. I thought about the man, about the figures in the warehouse, about the puzzle I'd been thrown into and the pieces I still didn't have. I thought, too, about myself, about how much I had changed. I wasn't the person who'd lost keys and questioned her sanity. I was someone who'd stared into the abyss of control and fear and found a sliver of defiance. I called my best friend later that day. "Hey," I said, voice uneven but steady. "Can you come over? I need to talk." When she arrived, her presence was a balm, warm and grounding. We sat on the couch, the afternoon sun casting long shadows across the room. "I've been lying," I admitted. "About the disappearances. About what I've seen." She frowned, concern knitting her brows. "Why?" "Because I didn't want to sound crazy," I said. "But it's real. People are messing with me. With my life." She reached out, squeezing my hand. "We'll figure this out. Together." The days that followed weren't easy. I changed my locks, got a second phone, and started tracking every detail I could. Notes, photos, timestamps. I learned to notice the small things, the flicker of a street lamp outside my window, the pattern of footsteps in the hallway below, the faint scent of cigarette smoke that didn't belong to me. I didn't trust easily anymore. I didn't sleep without checking the locks twice. But I also stopped running from the fear. One evening, as I walked home, the sky bruised purple with the coming night, I felt it again, that tapping. Soft, like fingers drumming on a wooden table. I froze, breath catching. Then I smiled. Not because I was unafraid, but because I was ready. Ready to face whatever came next. Ready to take back control, piece by fragile piece. The vanishings didn't stop completely. Sometimes my phone or keys showed up miles away, in places I'd never been. But I no longer chased them in panic. I let the mystery exist on the edges, a dark presence I acknowledged but refused to let define me. I learned to live with the uncertainty, to let the silence speak as much as the sounds. To carry the weight of not knowing, without breaking. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the tapping. A reminder. A warning. But now, it's not just fear. It's a challenge. And I'm still here. Still standing. Still fighting.